Hi, YouTube. It's been a minute. I don't know if I remember how to do this. How's everyone doing? Hello. Welcome back. My name's Austin, and this is the Super Robot Wars Archives. And today we're going to be returning with not Super Robot Wars. We'll talk about my absence in a bit, but let's let everyone shuffle in first. Oh, it feels good to be back. Okay. What do I need to do? I need to make sure YouTube is actually set up to let me view everything I need to see. Is this live? Yes, this is on. What else? This is not private, right? No, this is public, right? Howdy at R151. Thank you for the welcome back. Yes, my PC is basically better. Oh man. Well, I'll get into it some more when people show up. Once more people show up. But it's been a heck of a time. My voice is a little hoarse, probably because I've been so stressed out by all of this. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can see it, then it mustn't be private. I just have to check now because gracious, is it that literally every time I do something, YouTube has changed it some way. Was this where we were, or did we finish this map? I think we finished this map, right? We didn't save this in the middle of things, did we? What? Hold on. This is chapter 6. Yes, okay. Yo, Gundam, we up to episode 37. I mean, you had a minute to start watching it. Is this your first time going through Wing? I don't remember. What do you think of it so far? If this is your first time, what do you think of it so far? If this is your second time, is it as good as you remember it? Weren't you the one who was saying that it just never got broadcast over in Austria? Assuming that you were living in Austria when you were younger. Okay, yeah. No, that's... I see. I'm just so sorry in advance, everyone. This is probably going to be rough, as I, don't remember a lot of the, little bitty mechanics. I do, generally remember what the mechanics are in this game. Just using them thoughtfully is probably going to be a struggle at first. I've not played a tactics game since last time you've seen me. First time. Okay. Weak start, but gets good after hero oopsies. Yeah. I think that's a good description. I mean, that's probably could be the tagline of the whole show. You saw very little, but as a kid, okay. Yeah, I was pretty sure you were the one that was Control Room Guy and I were both oh yeah, that's quintessential our age show being broadcast. You were oh yeah, no, I not for me. Okay. I only want to give it. We'll give it till 5 minutes, another minute and some odd. Before I get too far ahead of things. I don't remember how to pace this anymore either. Have you had a good time while I was gone? Got up to anything else fun while you were bereft of Austin? Other than, I mean, 37 episodes of Gundam is also not a small task. That's not right. We want unit list. I want to just look and remember what we got going on. Okay. Right. I keep forgetting to think about this with Alice, that she has a magic barrier. I don't know how often we've seen laser attacks. Also, get my mouse off the screen. Gracious, so sloppy of me. I don't know how often we've seen magic attacks, but I am definitely acting like she's more fragile than she really is. That's making dolls. Right, she gets mental on other people. I forget that because this game actually asks me to use things to their fullest extent. I keep forgetting that we put parts on people. Also, the German dub's English words usage is weird, but also instead of alliance, the announcer said alien. That's a very different meaning. I mean, at this point, I'm not surprised that the dub's weird. Everything you told me, I'm coming to expect that as, more normal than not. Yeah, alien instead of alliance has, I feel like Gundam Wing relies really heavily on its tone because like the Wing Boys are just terrorists, and depending on like how we frame that, like dramatically changes how we see them without needing to like do anything different with their words. That's definitely a choice. By the way, they mean alliance. They just cannot say it, right? Oh yeah. I'm sure they like know what the intention is. I'm sure they know the intention is. It's just like sometimes these accidental goofs like create plot for you, or like create new story meaning. If unit skill is lower than the enemy's. Oh right, yeah. Right, we are okay. We are okay to attack with lower skill. I think we saw that a couple times in modern SRLB games. Improves Ice Beam's debuff to... Oh, okay, yeah. I do kind of remember setting these, like, debuffing-based ones, and we were, like, checking how much of a difference they actually made. I think it was a 10% increase each time whenever we used one of these, like, equipable skills for it. Okay. If I remember correctly, Marissa has something at level 10. We had her at level 10, that like one really brutal stream. And she gained something meaningful then. So we gotta like remember to like train her a little bit. Also, they translated beam saber, but not other weapons. So they say the words beam and saber in German, but then the other ones just aren't? Or other terms, but mostly consistent. But calling the Buster rifle a beam Gatling. I would be frustrated too, especially because like a beam Gatling is a specific thing in the Gundam universe. Like that's not just like, oh, we got close to something. Right, like that is just a different concept for Gundam. I don't know if there's beam Gatling guns in Wing specifically, but there are in Gundam. Strahlensabel? I'm sure I pronounced it badly, but like reading those words makes sense to me that it's beam saber. Yeah, so like that one got in German and the other one's just not. I guess because beam saber is like universalized enough. Like every other sci-fi thing, every other like pseudo sci-fi fantasy thing has like laser swords. So I guess that makes sense why there's terminology. It's the same energy as Latin having a word for CD. Now compactus discus. Like obviously they didn't have CDs, but it's just like so universally like a valuable term. The pronunciation is bad. Yeah, sorry, I figured. I never said German was a skill set. I mean, bro, you spent like 15 minutes just trying to get me to say Werther correctly. We got P damage on a lot of people. Or sorry, not P damage, P defeat. We did get to buy P defeat on a lot of people. Okay, cool. Okay, well, it's been more than 5 minutes, so if people file in, they'll show up. Also, Rockefeller Foundation, the Rockefeller Stiftung. What is that? What is that translation? What does that word actually say? Does it actually mean foundation? That's not a word I recognize. Oh, okay, it is. Okay, cool. Does Rockefeller by chance mean anything in German? Because I feel like there's a couple of times where some of these names could mean something in another language that could be funny. I thought I was gonna nod off to an afternoon nap, but the sun's going down already. I can't see the sun well through this mist. The mist really thickened overnight. With this much mist, the human village must be in a panic by now. I wonder if that little old lady is okay. I hope she didn't breathe in too much of the mist. I see you're as well endowed as always. What are you doing? Attacking me from behind like this? There's an order to go about things. There's an order to go about things, you. Is she going like, you pervert? What? Marvella's just a name. Okay. But Trace's God speech was pretty interesting. I bet. Are you going to try and make me learn German also? I don't know if I've got time to learn a whole other language, at least the big one. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Like, Rome and Feller are close enough to a lot of words. They're like more romance words, though. Yeah, maybe. Could have been funny. Hi, Mailing. You look bored. Oh, it's you, Ellie. You don't scare me like that. Don't scare me like that. You look so defenseless. Not exactly befitting of a gatekeeper. I was just relaxing a bit. Doing nothing but standing weakens the body. Anyway, what brings you here? I don't think it's time to switch yet. Patchouli's orders? We're to wait for those humans to intercept them when they come. The humans are finally attacking us, huh? Yeah, the Shrine Maiden and the Magician, as well as a mishmash of yokai and ghosts. Actually, didn't you meet them before? Yeah, I met them yesterday when I went out shopping with Sakuya. Oh, okay, I remember her. Sakuya handled them then, but they are a pretty capable group. After all, they figured out that they were connected to the mist, and... Wait, the skirmish there was my fault, wasn't it? And... Never mind. I fought them earlier, too. They were pretty strong. They used all kinds of strange techniques, too. Yeah, they fought Sakuya before, yet they're still coming. We can't take them lightly. But in the end, they are still humans, so... That's right, the sun will be setting soon. Then it will be night, when we yokai are in our element. And I'll be fighting with you on top of that. With our powers combined, we definitely won't lose. We'll show those humans the meaning of pain. Oh yeah, I remember us talking about, because one of the characters has an equipable skill that lets her treat things as if they are in night, but like it's not going to matter because we're going to be in night for so much more of the map like in the future, like in this upcoming like couple scenarios. As the night approaches, the mist grows more and more dense. It was good to see Marissa all fired up when she got her Hakuno, but I hope she isn't being too reckless. Then again, if she shrank in the face of a little adversity, she wouldn't be Marissa. What exactly is this mist, though? With the way it completely hides the sun, it's as if the world is ruled by night. If it's a yokai ploy, I can only wonder what its motive is. Perhaps the culprit hates Amaterasu Omikami. Omikami? Amaterasu Omikami. I've never seen Amaterasu written like that. It's usually Amaterasu Okami. What does Omikami mean? That's interesting. Sorry. Perhaps the culprit hates Amaterasu Omikami and wants to hide the sun out of spite. But that doesn't explain the scarlet color of the mist, which means the key to solving the mystery is perhaps not the sun, but the vivid scarlet hues. But if it's about color, crimson, scarlet, red and white. Aha, I've got it. Allow me to voice my conclusion. In my view, the culprit's aim is to get rid of the boundary between red and white. As red and white are rainbow's colors, it's that boundary is lost. It's the same as her disappearing altogether. Why? Hence, the culprit is one who holds a grudge against Rainbow and doubtlessly started this incident as retribution. In which case, I wonder just who is this yokai who holds such resentment for Rainbow. Rainbow treats everyone completely equally, which doesn't lend itself well to invited hatred. It'd be much more understandable if it was Marissa. She'd clearly take any chance to start a rivalry. By now, those two should be challenging each other to see who resolves the incident first. The one who resolves it would always return full of pride, and the one who didn't would come back all sulky. Until that day comes, I should enjoy having some tea to myself. Also, Katra kind of comes off really gay towards Troa at the start. Could be slight overacting. Also, their mobile suits held hands too. Wait, their mobile suits hold hands? I don't remember that. But yeah, like, Katra definitely has some amount of queer coding to him. But I think that's also just because of the way in which we, like, expect to view men. That there's, like, sincereness or tenderness or, like, showing expressions of love. Like, if a man shows love, it has to be romantic. It can't be, like, familial. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like, was it Katra the ones we were talking about using the word dandy to describe him, I think? Also, Relina, before trying to kill Lady Une, should be a psychiatric ward. I mean, like, everyone there needs a tremendous amount of therapy. Like, none of those main characters are healthy. Like, all of them need to have some therapy. That actually makes sense with another character skill set, but the boundary thing does not come until the third game. Okay. Interesting. It feels like there's every time I ask a question, you're always like, oh yeah, the third game. Oh yeah, the third game. Does the second game just have like more of the same in it? Like, why is everything like forecasted to the third game? You'll have to remind me of all these. I mean, you don't have to do anything, but if you remind me of all of these times that I pointed something out when we get to game number 3, that would be appreciated. What's wrong, Marissa? Did you catch a cold? Nah, it ain't a cold. Someone must have been talking about me. Being a hero is tough. You feel the weight of people's expectations on you. What would anyone expect of you? Selectively breeding mushrooms or something? What, do you think I'm the hero of Mushroom Kingdom or something? You probably sneeze because of this ice fairy here. Chills come naturally with her around. If you're cold, we should just be honest and say so. Right, Shanghai? Shanghai. This would actually feel pretty good if the coldness were a little milder, though. Hey, Cyrano, can't you turn down your coldness a bit? Sure I can. You can? Then do it. But this is comfy for me. I don't care what's comfy for you. That's enough chit-chat. We used up quite a bit of our rest, so we're going to need to focus now. The sun's very low now. Things are only going to get worse from here. What do you mean worse? Nighttime is when yokai are in their element. They'll be in top condition then. It's easy to tell when you look at Rumia. She's much more lively now compared to in the morning. Totally. I'm right at home when it's cold and dark. Not all of us are in better shape at night, though. For me, the most benefit I get is that sometimes I make a lot of research progress at night. So basically, be aware of certain types of yokai that get empowered at night. Signposting, do you get it? Terrain tactics, check the terrain. I say that, but I'm probably going to forget to do that. Does the opposite apply? Are there people whose conditions worsen at night? I'm sure we're fine as far as that goes. The worst that happens for us is that Reimu can't see in the dark. I'm not night blind. Moving on. We're getting close to our destination. Yes, though Reimu had flown ahead of our guided ferry. Maybe I did. It's hard to see in the dark, so I was just flying around. Well, you're more or less in the right direction. It's all thanks to my guidance. Liar, you've been chatting with us the whole time. Oh, I can see it. The red house is there. I'm sorry, but saying I wish he would be an enemy so I know that he can meet him again is plain weird. I mean, that's hard for me to comment on. Like, that sentence alone is like quintessential enemies to lovers, but I don't know the rest of the context that it's in. I've not watched Gundam Wing in a long while. I do not remember anyone having a bee at night, so it debuffed them, actually. Okay, cool. I guess let me look just to make sure. Also, speaking of that, can I do it in upgrades? Yeah, I want to make sure that I do have the night skill taken off. Consider night during. Yes, okay, good. Okay, I just want to make sure we had it changed. Can we do it in upgrade? Is it under unit list? Yeah, okay. Alice is an A. Nitori is an A. Yomu is an A. Rumi is an S. That makes sense. Kane is an A. Dayose is an A. Reimu, Marissa, Cyrano, Alice. Okay, yeah. Everyone that we have right now is an A. Oh, right, we can change it from check map. Okay. We can't see what these are doing, though. Okay. I don't remember enough to know, like, where we need to position people, but we're here. It's that red house. Well, it really is red. It's more of a mansion than a house. For a structure like this to be built here, there's an entrance over there, and people standing there, too. You've done well to make it this far, humans. I totally know all along that you were coming here. That red-haired yokai was the one with the maid. And the one in the red dress is Ellie. I see, so the scythe yokai is indeed connected to the source of the incident. Now 2 yokai we consider suspicious are standing side by side. Looks like this is definitely the culprit stronghold, all right. This is the mansion of a devil, the Scarlet Devil Mansion. You may have it easy on the way here, but you will go no further. I am the gatekeeper of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, Hong Mei Ling. I am the other hired gatekeeper, Ellie. As long as we stand here together, no one shall set foot past the Scarlet Devil's gates. What's with that cheesy intro? I don't care who you are, we'll just bust our way through, and they respect the tradition of warriors offering their names before battle. Then I'll respond in kind. I am Yomu Konpaku, the gardener of the Netherworld. I'm Cyrano, the strongest. You all don't really have to introduce yourselves, you know. Is something the matter, Reimu? Yeah, something's bugging me about that red-haired lady. I feel like I've seen her before, but I don't remember where exactly. She was with that maid from yesterday? Don't you mean them? I know that already. I'm talking about something else. What was it? From what I've seen, she doesn't have anything distinctive about her as a yokai, and I can't sense any special powers. Yeah, seems it won't be as rough as it was with the maid. Mei Ling, they're talking about you. You clearly have no idea why they were assigned to this duty. It is true that we're lacking in magical gifts. Instead, we have trained our bodies in master techniques. Exactly. No matter our opponent, there is no blind spot that they can find. You won't find it easy to breach the double all-rounder yokai guard. I see. Being able to fight at your fullest against an opponent does sound ideal for a gatekeeper. They make it sound flattering, but all they're really saying is that they have no particular strengths or weaknesses. So basically, they're totally ordinary. Oof. I see. Their average stats may be high, but their overall balance is still ordinary. Yeah, ordinary yokai would ordinarily be suited to be gatekeepers. And they are gatekeepers, so that's nothing out of the ordinary. Would you stop repeating that word so much? I would have overlooked it as you retreated without a fuss. But now I'm going to hold you back. You actually thought we'd retreat? This Danmaku battle starts now. Our opponents may not seem very bright, but don't underestimate them. They've stated themselves. Gatekeepers pride themselves on protecting a single point. Direct battles are their forte. Got it, but if they want a full-on fight, we'll have to give it to them. Now, come at us with everything you've got. Certain enemies will be marked with a B icon. Defeating enemies will grant you a bomb to use. Oh, sick. Okay, great. Once you obtain one, you can use it with Bomb Command. Using a bomb will clear the area around you of Danmaku, as well as deal 2,500 damage to enemies in the area. There are a limited number of bombs to get per stage, and they don't carry over to the next stage, so use them at the right time to blow the battle wide open. By the way, this isn't the kind of game where using bombs during spell... This isn't the kind of game where using bombs during spell cards prevents you from getting the capture bonus, so feel free to blast away. I'll check what that means in a second. Okay, defeat meleeing, all eyes defeated, use at least 2 bombs. Okay. Which one's meleeing? It's probably the one that has the cards. Yeah, okay. And, yeah, oh yeah, this is the Scythe Girl, okay. Okay, cool. Katra says to Rashid when Chora leaves, and my point exactly is enemies to lovers is a thing. Yeah. Get all the movement turn, thank you. Also, I think the Kadama's eye beam is also on. Okay, we'll look at everybody just to check. Or do they do use L? I guess that would make sense because we saw it was L in the abilities. Yeah, the Mega Particle Cannon is cute. Okay. These are not, those are solid. Tackle. And these are still the same bats. Yeah, okay. The cast likes to mess with the enemies a lot. Oh, yes, yeah. No, we do. I was thinking cast like cast a spell, but like no, our cast of characters. Yeah, we do like to sass our enemies regularly. We have to like emotionally bully them because I don't think we're gonna get to mechanically bully characters for a long while. The 4th part refers to the main series mechanics. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess, like, are they saying that if I kill someone with a bomb while they're in spell cards, I still capture the spell cards? We'll worry about that when we get a little closer. We have time. Interesting that... Okay. So she drops a bomb, and this Kadama drops a bomb. But we have to use 2, so presumably killing her is not actually going to end the map. Right? She is meleeing, and it says... Victory, defeat meleeing. Interesting, okay. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I figured if it wasn't on the white Kadama, if it wasn't on the black Kadama, maybe the I-beam was on the white Kadama. Or yeah, I mean, like, there could always be other ones, too. Okay. Okay, so we could get some combats in. I do remember us talking about trying to like rush enemies before they get to like turn their Danmaku on as a way to try to counter the Danmaku. But I think we're a little bit out of position. I don't think that would have changed anything if we'd like... I don't think anyone we have has like an incredible amount of move yet. I think a lot of people were like sitting at 6. I mean, we can get Marissa up high. Yeah, we can get Marissa up to 10. But even then, she's like kind of a sitting duck. We got no rush. Also be careful, even this version has some bomb jankiness, so be careful even if most is fixed. Good, because you know if there's gonna be jankiness, I'm gonna find it somehow. Thank you for the warning. I will do my best. I think I'm just gonna let them come in. There's no need to rush. Especially for like one of these games. There's no need. Once again, 0 notifications. It's so frustrating. I'm so sorry, control room guy. Praise be to my return. I appreciate you all coming back. Y'all are so excited for me to come back. It was very flattering. It's very heartwarming. How have you been? Have you had a good time while I was gone? We've not really done much yet, so even though you didn't get notification, you've not really missed anything. Remember, if a character has a spell card, you beat them, they refill their health, then the spell card activates, you get bombs after the first kill. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I do remember how the spell card worked. I remember that it's like basically like a second health bar. I just didn't realize you got the bomb. I figured you had. I wasn't thinking that the game was counting that first health bar depletion as an actual kill. So do we get like EXP and funds after we take out their first health bar before the spell card activates? 2 then, if that works that way? Because that makes sense. That makes sense then. Okay. This was 3 movement, and you have a movement of 6, or 3 post movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, here. I was lost without these streams and videos. They've been such a fixture in my schedule. I'm just happy you got to keep all your stuff. I was dreading you lost everything. Yeah, no, I was really scared. I appreciate the empathy going out. And I'm sorry for upending your schedule. Yeah, I mean, like y'all are here like all of the time. I'm sure it is pretty disruptive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, yeah, we are 2 here. To just like not have access to, or not, yeah, to just like not have this like common feature of your day. But yeah, no, everything has been acceptable. Once we get this turn planned out, I can start drawing about exactly what happened. Because, like, honestly, it's the most frustrating thing possible. It's the most frustrating version of having everything back possible. It counts as a kill. It is a major way to increase the levels on multiple characters. Okay, that is good to know. I will try to remember that. Okay, who has support attacks? Okay, just these 2. Okay. Then Alice goes here. I suspect you are going to be useful. I'm pretty sure 9 was the max of the range. It wasn't like part of the range. Like it's not gonna go down here. You are not gonna get counterattacked by this. What do you do? I don't remember how you work. Okay. Okay. I do know that, like, I think this ended up being not the case, that, like, these two fairies next to each other have, like, boosts. That's a skill we can equip, I think. I don't think this is perfect, but that's fine. Oh, they didn't move. Jerks. I'm feeling pretty good. I feel pretty normal myself. It's because it's night. Rumia is a yokai strengthened by night, increasing her physical abilities. Compared to day, her body will be quicker and more durable. Well, that's amazing, Rumia. I'm just getting kind of sleepy. But it's not like we're any worse on Danmaku fights. The important takeaway is that some yokai increase in power at night. If the moon icon at the top info is lit up, it means that the map is a night stage. Units with a Night-S in their terrain ranking will have increased stats during night stages. Keep this in mind when deploying units to those stages. Okay, cool. Thank you. Appreciated. You've been fine enough. Got lots of stuff watched and demos played. I mean, yeah, right. When your like primary YouTube time now is absent, I guess it does give you a lot of time to do some more stuff. Movie-wise, watched New Fantastic Four with my mother. Really fun movie with some solid characters. Almost felt more of a space movie than a superhero movie. That's interesting. Yeah, I've not seen much about it. I do recall watching, there was like a Fantastic Four movie from like the mid-2000s, I think, and like there was definitely some amount of space in it. Right, because don't they get their powers through some like radiation that like wipes over their space shuttle when they're up in space? Yeah, I think so. Glad you liked it though. That's good to hear. What? Do you not have your Danmaku on? That's interesting. I didn't even turn it on. Cool. This skill makes their friendship stronger. If it's not, it's just lower. Okay, okay. Also, in the SD Gundam overworld, I am already in the C stages. I don't know what the C stages means. I don't know what that means. I played that game half of a time. I like kind of don't want to go in. I think we're just gonna sit here again. I think that's fine. We'll experience the consequences if we have to. Okay. So we can't bait them like this. We can like move forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, their laser is the same range as their laser is the same range as their movement. Danmaku is somewhat proximity based. Oh, I guess that's true, right? Like we counted these two as being within range, and like this one was not. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can go here. Can we get Nitori there? No, we cannot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Do you have a 6 range attack? No, you do not. Does anybody? I'm sorry, team. I am going to be a little cheesy probably at first. Just because I remember how obnoxious this game was to us, and it's been a minute. Oh, I guess we can have Reimu do it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay, let's go here. I can't imagine why we would need that to be the case, but does anybody else have a 6 range? Marissa eventually does, right? Yeah, she does. Okay. I guess you go here to give her XP, and then I guess all of these are fine, and then we'll deal with it as it comes. Okay. New anime season started, so with my friend, we're watching new Fate Strange Fake. I didn't realize there was a new Fate coming out. Cool. JJK season 3 and new anime Sentenced to be a Hero. I recognized the title Sentenced to be a Hero. That felt like there was a Crunchyroll ad that I saw that title on there. But I don't know anything about it. Also, the particle cannon is too weak for me, I assume, since Shade is beam coding. Okay, I'll look at that in a second. I don't remember what the names of the attacks are. They got reinforcements from the buildings. Those are fairies. I've never seen these fairies before. I wonder what they're doing here. Why are you here? The headmaid told us to come back you up. She said we should put you in the Danmaku battle if we were struggling. Sakuya has always been such a worrywart. We're more than enough for these people. He's been nice to us, you know. I'll do my best, Sakuya. These fairies are wearing maid outfits. They shouldn't be residents of the mansion, could they? That would make sense, wouldn't it? I think they're going to attack us. Cool. This is kind of what we wanted to have happen. I guess this is an SN night, so there's no reason not to do this. Yeah, we'll have Nitori take that. Okay. Yeah, this all seems fine, I guess. Great. So, yes, let's talk me. There is a computer, like, as software engineer. They, like, handle large-scale computer operations for, like, larger companies now. But they started just, like, 3 guys in their basement building computers. So I've been a client with them for a while. So I took my computer to them to get it fixed. And in the, like, usual way, whenever you have a problem, you, like, can't replicate it in front of the people who like need to take care of it. So when I brought my computer in, it just turned on fine. We had uninstalled the graphics card, and replace it with like a test one, and that booted fine. And then when I put my regular graphics card back in, it just also still booted fine. So like, it was like the easiest, largest waste of money I've ever had, and I know no better the answer to like what's going on. I don't remember I said this in like any of the posts that I made, but my VGA light was on my motherboard. If you're unfamiliar with computers, there's 4 like boot lights. It's CPU. I don't remember what the second one is. Probably like RAM, then VGA, then boot. And it'll go through all 4 of those lights through like the boot sequence, and then it'll show you if it's like stuck on anything. And mine kept getting stuck on the VGA, so I was like, okay, so like that tells me something is wrong with my graphics card. It's video graphics. I don't know what the A stands for. But as soon as we like reinstalled my graphics card, it just like worked perfectly fine. So like I have no knowledge of like what actually caused the problem if my graphics card is failing or not. I am going to like behave as if I need to buy a new computer, because I can't afford for this problem to like go on and not do something about it, you know? So at some point with like actual forewarning, because it'll be on my schedule, I should be switching over to another PC, but trying to find one that is affordable is hunkin' a rough. But that's it. I mean, like I talked about like it was gonna be like a really big deal. I guess like saying it out loud, it wasn't. It just like felt very frustrating. Sort of like having the situation be solved, but like still feeling so helpless. I'm definitely the kind of person who prefers to like have an answer, like have something actionable. It just feels so much more like satisfactory, you know? Howdy, Tricky. I guess that answers your question. How it's going is my computer is better, but I'm still kind of stressed because it just like did not just didn't actually like tell me anything. Yeah, also that was like quintessential this channel luck that I mean like it was 30. It was a 30%, but like still. Right, okay. Also the particle cannon is too weak for Rumia, I assume. That's Ramo. Hold on. Who is Rumia? I don't remember the names of any of these characters. Yomu, Cyrano, Kane, Nitori, Rumia. Particle cannon. Since Shade is beam coding. Oh yes, okay. Shade is Shade the same thing? Shade is a less powerful version of Magical Barrier. Mega Particle Cannon. Got it. Is Rumia T-posing? It kind of looks like she is, though it sure does look like she is. Yeah, it's on Crunchyroll. Premises: the worst criminals are sentenced to be heroes who eventually resurrect to help the Holy Knights fight demons. Main character is one of these heroes, but he ends up making a pact with the goddess. Then the twist is he was sentenced to be a hero because he killed his previous goddess, which in turn has gotten him set up by the evil church. Okay. I like the premise seems really good, but I have a sneaking suspicion that I kind of know it's going to be very like I worry that's just going to be like a very standard isekai, you know. Yeah, PC buying in 2026 is rough. Yeah, no, it super is. That same place that I took my computer does have an old PC they have just sort of like sitting around. So it's kind of tempting to me to just like buy one of the computers they have sitting around, or the computer they have sitting around. It's not like the most up-to-date thing in the world, but like it's certainly better than what I have now. And then I'll just move the PC I have now to like exclusively rendering. Because that would also help, right? Like, I don't like leaving it on at night, or like I don't like losing days to just like needing to have my computer just like for 15 hours render 3 videos back to back. Shade is reduction, magical barrier is nullification. Got it. I will read those again so I can like see what the language hold on. Reduces damage taken from L attacks by 1200. Nullifies damage taken from. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I see. Okay. I will try to remember to like keep it in mind. This is mission 8. Yeah. This is chapter 8. Okay. We want to be attacked by aimed bullets if we can help it. Not you. You heal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. Does anyone have any post movement 5? I don't remember. I feel like a lot of the if I remember correctly, a lot of our post movements are like 2 or 3. Yeah, and that 5 is sort of reserved for. Yeah, that 5 is sort of reserved for like staying in place. Okay, I don't think you have anything particularly special going on. This is just like regular. This is just like regular be warned of the amount of damage that like regular enemies do. Okay. It's one outside the Danmaku. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it is. Okay. Let's have you be the center for the EXP bonus. Okay. That's a shame that we got to move Die down, but because she also has the sport defense. Oh, this heals a lot less than I remember. Okay, that's fine. I know I'm being overly cautious. I apologize for the turtling, but I've historically done pretty badly. The game picks up now. The real action starts then. Okay, cool. Moving supers that we can juggernaut with. I do not feel like quite that much so far in this game. But we're also playing on Lunatic, which is theoretically supposed to be for like New Game Plus. So there's some amount there of like, I'm not sure how much we're gonna get to Juggernaut without investment, but I do remember, I think you described Yomu as a Aura Battler before. Okay. I guess let's guard. Yeah, I believe it's meant for New Game Plus, yeah. Which is to say, we're also not on New Game Plus because I'm stubborn and I want to be obnoxious. Then demos, I've played Parasite Mutant, which is a Parasite Eve spiritual successor. Really cool gameplay with a female main, and Pragmata, the new Capcom game with Giant Robo Dude and a little girl MC. Sick. Both of those sound interesting. I remember to be on theme for the beginning of COVID, I watched through all the Parasite Eve games. It was a good time. Weird shooting puzzle hybrid gameplay is like one of my favorites. That's exactly like how Neon White is. Kane is a super, Yomu, Rumia are hybrids, the rest are reals. Okay. Oh yeah, Nikoto. Yeah, I think you described her. I think you described her as being approximately the double Zeta Gundam leader. One day I will not dive into the D event, but today is not that day. You know what? We're gonna guard here just so that. Just so that we can like actually use our SP if we're gonna regain it. That was a boss that has an attack based on Aura Battle or Hyper Slash. Oh, okay. My bad. I guess I... Oh, yeah, Momiji, yeah. I guess I was remembering just, like, her having a sword. Does Momiji also have a sword like that, kind of? It's been a minute, I apologize. Because my friend, I've started another playthrough of X. But I've modified the free music, so I at least have sync beats. You gotta make some way to make it tolerable. That's so funny that you got dragged into exactly that game. Okay, Kane is... Yes, yeah, I do remember Kane being a super, right? She's like really tanky. Headbutt is also like busted when we can get up to it in terms of damage. That makes sense to me. Yomu and Rumia are hybrids. Yeah. This is the sword girl I was thinking of. But I was conflating her with Momiji. That is true. Yeah, Rumia seems a little bit squishy right now, but I guess she does have the, like, the shade barrier is probably going to be more relevant later on. Like as my LMC, because I did Timo before, and the difference in how they interact with the subplot. Pilot is crazy. Is it healthy? Is it okay? Isn't that the one where you have the, like, kid in the, like, really lacy outfit? Is that the one I'm thinking of? That would be surprising if the difference was just in, like, MC gender. That's, like, a pretty big jump in difference. Okay. We could move Reimu out, then get Nitodi's support attack off. We don't have a lot of people with support attacks. Kane. Actually, I should ask about bombs in a second. Luigi is a rare character with both cutback and shield. I don't remember what cutback does. Is cutback just like sword cut? Not talking magical bird. Oh, Spearow, yeah. Oh, I remember them now. I remember what they both look like. Yeah, they're in like pseudo Victorian dresses. They're like the yellow and blue paisley colors. And they're always argumentative. Okay, that's fun. I don't remember that. Do you think modern SRW games are too easy nowadays? In my experience, I would say so far, yes. Especially because I like things being hard. I get why, but yeah, I would say so far they are pretty easy. Human one is very ooh-woo, timid, and super glazes Wataru, while the male one is super combative early and wants to protect Wataru rather than glazing him up. That's good. Okay, I'm down with the male MC then. X actually has some differences in the OG segments based on gender. I put it to you that every single game has a lot of differences because of the genders, and we just like don't do like I never see it talked about. Like R has a lot of big differences, and that just doesn't get talked about at all. We just sort of assumed it was going to be the same. Yeah, no, it's like way too easy even on the hardest difficulties. I think we've talked about that pretty extensively. I don't remember if you were part of that chat, Tricky, but we were talking about like the problems with shops and like how shops are like generally the reason why all this stuff is so easy to bust. Like absolutely crack this, like snap the difficulty in twain. Sword cut. Okay. That's fine. Y has 2 missions that depend on protect gender. That's like a pretty small amount. I think in R it's like 6 or 8 of them. Some of them are small differences, but like they do make a big difference. There's a very minor change to the map, but that minor change has a large impact. A portable is notorious for differences depending on gender. Sick. And people like love Y. I saw so many reviews of people loving Y. Okay, right, yeah. So question. When we kill this Kodama, we quote get the bombs. In what capacity do we get the bombs? Is it an item that we pick up? Is it a character? Like, is it character specific, like who kills it gets it? Or is this like a thing that we have across all characters that we can drop? Because that should change who we're using to kill with the Kodama. Okay. Yes, you're trying to evade, so we can bullseye. This should be lethal then. I'm pretty sure we were doing I'm pretty sure Rumia was the one that attacked her before. And did over half, and we weren't adjacent. I do remember, I will call it out. I will call it out specifically, I do remember this, that proximity does change our damage in this also. Yeah, seven is a pretty substantial number. I've not actually like fully played X. X is the game that I started playing. X is the game that I started playing when, right before I moved. So I just never got to finish it. 1, 2. So if we move Alice, we should be able to attack. But Alice is the one that I'm pretty tempted to get the bombs with. I guess I also could just I could just send and like not stress out about it too much and like let this be the tutorial one and we'll figure it out. What are you? Are you? No, you're more range based. Okay. And we don't have Fantasy Seal yet. Okay. The final boss theme is good. I probably should listen through. Like I gotta like just like send on new robot tracks when I'm doing work. I like get so stuck on songs. I've been jamming to Do You Remember Love a lot recently, where I probably should like try to pull some more repertoires, and maybe I'll listen to the X soundtrack. Yeah, why does have an inflated enemy count? I kind of remember that with T though also, that there was just a lot of enemies and it was like the same over and over and over again. There was like very little actual difference to them. The fact that you are evading to me tells me that this will be lethal, so let's do this. How much? Dream Sign, Evil Ceiling Circle. Cool, okay. Like caveat with how well revived it is, so few people played anything like Y, so for a lot it's their first or second, which makes sense. That's okay. That's a fair point. Yeah. Like a lot of the feedback about it is based on the fact that it is, in fact, they are not necessarily experienced with the series. So right, like any tactics game is probably going to seem hunkin' cool to anybody who's played it, who's just like playing one for the first time. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, you do fight the same bosses really frequently, and why it's pretty absurd. So we can make these Horai now. We also made them in a way that was stupid. Okay, that's fine. So we can move Nitori first. Yeah, so like, let's go. We could like do this attack with Nitori. Yeah, this should be fine. Get her out of the way. We can move Alice one to the right and have the Horai protect us from there, or life support us from there. And then we can still get Kane's, like, all of the buffs from being next to her. Also, Y drops like 50 or 70 enemies, and T never goes that. I guess that is true, yeah. Yeah, hold on. Y does do it just to a, like way more massive degree. I do think T is slightly at fault for this, but not nearly as egregiously. That is true. Yeah. Cool. Mostly because 30 keeps factions contained, while Y has more mixed factions between our battlers and L game. Yeah. We did kind of just like saddle a lot of groups together. And then that meant that all of them were going to show up every time we need to show up a little bit. Which definitely is a choice and probably not the right one. SRWT enemy spam is a lose condition on the final boss, which is really funny. Enemy spam is a lose condition on the final boss. What does that mean? That's curious. Yeah. Right, like because they need to like pull something generic in. Because Dynazenon is like so monster of the week, they do just like it feels like they have just like a painter tool with these enemies on them and just sort of like drag it across the map. At some point, it's like, all right, cool, good enough. Yeah, I think we talked about this when we were playing it. That like, yeah, it's very based on trying to promote this power fantasy of like overwhelming force, which I always like. Which I've criticized as feeling very strange that is the fantasy when like I don't get why it's. I don't feel more powerful the more I kill generic stuff. I feel more powerful when my enemies are like actually scary, you know? I don't get it, but I do think that is true, that is like that is like the reason. They gave us auto mode, my friend prompted me, why not just turn it on? Yeah, like, yeah. Because I want to think, I want to like do stuff. I think you fight the Aura Battle losers 20 times in one run. That would not surprise me. Noah's is so lazy, and that doesn't work. And doesn't work for so many people. Motivation, people like Wu Fei or Athrun. Yeah, right. Like it like not only is it just bad for gameplay, but it is also like really bad for story. A lot of their reasoning feels very like falls very flat when we have this like constant repetition of needing to justify why any of these things are happening over and over again. Yeah, and because everybody has the bomb. Okay, cool, that's good. Yeah, and because we've also like reduced mechanical complexity in a lot of unit design. There's just a lot more where we run into units just like not being or feeling like anything. I'm like, you're never not going to hear me complain about losing like the ability to transform stuff. I think that's so bad. No Macross Delta slander for you. But it could have been like we can still hold it to the expectation that it could have been a lot better. A ship that turns into a super robot. That's cool. Yeah, no, it should be excellent. Is Frontier even better than Macross? The series has some of the songs, especially for by far a big complaint was the fight from Delta. Yeah. Frontier is the one that got mega popular and is beloved by newcomers and vets. Speaking of Do You Believe in Love, what is Do You Believe in Love from? I feel like I hear everybody talk about that track. We can even use it post movement. Interesting. Okay. If you can manually transform, it would be way more interesting. Also, the Valkyrie used to have 3 forms, and now it has none. Just pathetic. Yeah, but like transforming in the attack doesn't mean anything, though. Like, transforming on the battlefield actually means like you have to like value like different stats or like understand. Like, you actually have to like understand and interpret a map to like make sense of what's happening. We're gonna move you down here. I'm gonna unfocus Marissa. then she can excel next turn to be close to someone to actually use the bombs. Yeah. Delta was popularized because it adds Maho Shoujo elements, which I personally love. I guess, yeah, right. Like they do, like all the like singing girls do have like more magical abilities, which I am super down with. Like that seems great. I don't think they could have picked a better show. I think they could have done the show better if that's how it came off before. But I also just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. I do also just think that like Y is just not a game for me, you know? Y is just not the game for me, which is fine. Not every game is to me. Okay. I think that's probably close to being fine. OG Macross says, do you remember Love? Okay, cool. The song is great. It slaps. I'm assuming it's well regarded. Not only transform while moving and transforming back to combat mode, but when you transform during moving, you don't actually transform. Like it doesn't change any properties about you. It's just visual. Like it is just a like aesthetic story narrative gimmick change. Like it doesn't actually do anything for you. The more famous song is for sure My Boyfriend is a Pilot. Okay, I will listen to that. I'll listen to that then. Modern SOW has been slowly phasing out transformation. Why is the end result? Yeah. Or like, I mean, y'all have seen what I do when there's like separatable units. I miss having units that can like separate. Yeah, the Psy Buster losing its transformation is like perhaps one of the most egregious. That's like so quintessential. That's like so quintessential identity of the series to me. Like that is like the first main character for me. Yeah. Increased movement. Oh, the transform while moving does a couple of things. Increased movement and allows you to fly. But like, if you always move and that is always true, then like they just didn't need to do that at all. They could have just given that property to that form to begin with anyway, because it's going to be like that's going to be there already, right? Like the flying property makes it's not in the air for terrain benefits. I get that. Like that one maybe changes, but there's also like so few terrain restrictions on movement and Y that being in the air for movement just like hardly matters at all. Like you move over mountains and it still takes one movement sometimes. Like flying just matters so little for that. And just like having them like give them good movement in the first place. Like it doesn't matter then. Yeah, it feels like very artificial. Alpha and Alpha Gain are definitely the peak for giving everyone their form transformations. Yeah. No, that definitely seems. I'm surprised at how many different things I can do with my forms. Equip A adapter and just drill rush everyone with Grungus tank. I have not done that yet. But can I do that? Is there something that I'm missing? My Grungus turns into a jet. Is this for a different game? Is this? Oh, an OG1. Never mind. Sorry, my mistake. My bad. Psybuster is also better at lower morale, but the Cybird is interesting too. Also, it uses the same ammo of its better range attacks. Yeah, the way in which the like other forms interact with each other is also really interesting. But like also the to me the Psybuster is pretty much just a post-movement map attack because it's so busted. Yeah. Resource management. Imagine, I know. Heaven forbid. Okay, these did not move into the way that we wanted to. This bomb hits 2 people? Grungust 1, plane tank robot. Okay. Yeah, I have the enhanced Grungust. Yeah, Alpha gives you the enhanced one, I think is what it's called. It does feel super alienating when I see other people streaming Y because I have just STFU and not been a negative Nancy. Yeah. Yeah, right? Like, I don't want to spoil people's enjoyment of it. If they're, like, having fun with it, I want people to get into the series. I want people to have fun with it. And, like, if that's their entry point, then, like, not even just good, great, please enjoy it. Not everything has to be for me. But it is just hard sitting there, like, biting my lip going, it's sure it would be cool. Sure it's cool. I'm so glad you have this space control room guy, because good gracious do I value it too. Grungus 2, just a plane and a TK field. Yeah. Because Grustlander was mostly bad. Is Grustlander the name of the tank? I'm guessing. I don't need like full tactics breakdown, but like, how should I be using my bombs? Like, is using my bomb on these three worth it? Like, is that a good choice? That feels like not that great because it's not killing it. It was bad in OG too. Well, interesting. In Alpha 1. Do we... That's telling to me. Right, because if we drop a bomb here, we're not killing any of these three. And that feels a little bit like a waste. These two have started moving though, so we kind of need to put the pressure on. I use bombs against spell cards or dangerous non-Mako effects. Okay. Okay, so I know they said that it dispels non-Mako effects. Does that also dispel spell cards then? I didn't realize that. Because if that's the case, that does feel like way more relevant then. Okay, that's dead when we want it to be. I'm just worried about these two fairies. We need to like be kind of like assertive about those. Bombs are mostly used for clearing instead of damage. That is what I assumed, right? Because the damage was like so minimal. Or I could see it. I could see it for like taking out a couple of. Like, my thought was if we could kill these three with a bomb, that clears out a lot of Danmaku field, not just with the bomb effect, but just like also by getting the enemies out of the way that lets us push forward a little bit more. That like it's proactive by not having the enemies be there, you know. It clears the squares. It can ensure your survival. Yeah. That makes sense to me. OG2, a simple Gespenst might be better than a Grungus just because it can equip the super OP boost hammer when Grungus cannot. Obviously, like, please keep talking now. But please come back to this conversation with me once I'm like into OG2 so we can like have this conversation together, because I've got no context for this. Also, I have a Dragon Quest VII Reimagined demo I'm working myself through. I've tried so hard to get into Dragon Quest, and every time I just bounce off it. It's like slightly too horny and slightly too goofy, and I just can't do it. What is support defend? They nerfed it in OG too. That's a shame because I feel like I rely on that a lot in some of these games. It'll be y'all will probably have to prompt me about that. Okay. Why did we attack with her then? I don't think that was actually correct. I don't know why I was doing that. Okay, we're gonna have. I think I want Yomu to attack first because she has flash alert. And then we can have Reimu finish it up theoretically, and that should keep the right side largely safe. I never gotten to Dragon Quest watch. The German translation is really funny, though. I would imagine seeing as it's like already funny to begin with in English, the names of a lot of what's going on. Given what you said about German, I imagine it would get pretty goofed up. Dragon Quest, you just have to remember that's supposed to be the definition of JRPG comfort food. Super simple, doesn't take itself seriously. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is true. Yeah, like I think it fits fine. I think it fits fine if like if there weren't already other RPGs to be played. Though I guess comfort food isn't like I've run out of food, I'm only eating that. Yeah, it's like that's a good pause every once in a while. OG1 support equals both support, attack, and defend. Okay, so it works more like the how the GameCube, how GC does their supports. That you just have a stat that is called support and you can use it for both. I don't have the localization often gets, but that's another thing. Yeah. We don't need this. Let's save it for something else. Just, I can't imagine it's gonna get consumed, but just in case. Like FF9, Bavarian Cena is fairly readable to me as a child. But outside that, FF9 has a nice translation. I feel like that game is just like oozes like style and love in the first place. So that's good to hear that it like got that treatment overseas. Like across the board. Sorry, I'm like struggling to keep out having not done this in a while. This seems probably fine. And we'll move Marissa up then. Yeah. Like DQ isn't what I'm going to if I wanted a great story or characters. It's normally I want BG gameplay or to run around. Yeah. 11 does try to do the big OTT JRPG story and was really well received. I do remember people really liking 11. I do have a copy of it for something. It's probably from the PS4 that doesn't turn on. Yeah, like it looks beautiful. It looks beautiful for it, like the nature of its style, but like it's well done. Yeah, one of my best friends also really likes Dragon Quest Monsters. I've never gotten around to playing it. It always seemed like not my speed. I love creature collectors, but maybe I should give it a chance. That's fine. 9 is ruined for you. I'm sorry. The fans are obnoxious, and when I try it, I bounced off it hard and haven't tried it since. Yeah, I mean, it is definitely an oddball. But if this channel is also a second thing, it is the chant that like fandom ruined, like the worst fandom is fandom. They're just super militant and loud about their love and how it's the greatest masterpiece of all time. Yeah. Yeah, right, like, and that's like, it's like so sweeping and uncritical. Like I do as someone who grew up with Final Fantasy, I do really like 9 for like it capturing the way that I like when I think about Final Fantasy, what does it quote unquote feel like? But right, like I can talk about exactly reasons why that is, and this like general, it's great, and like you can't say anything else is very difficult to talk into. Because my expectations really high, and intro and tone wasn't what I expected for sure. The gameplay seems standard ATV fare. Yeah, it definitely gets a little bit better than that, but it is still like within the like guise of the ATV system. Yeah. But yeah, Control Guy, did you grow up playing Final Fantasy? I remember it was like 4 or 6. I was also one of the people that was really into 16. I haven't tried 16. I really want to try 16 because I typically like Platinum Spectacle games. And from what I understand, it's just a Platinum Spectacle game. Which seems like way up my alley. But yeah, like my favorites are 6 and 12. 100%. Like no question asked. I understand why, like, I get why people like 4. I think 4 is fine. I was a little fatigued by the fake out deaths that kept happening. That felt a little unnecessary. So like, there's some amount of that has sullied my impression of it. But it is like quote unquote the first time a video game tried to tell a story. It like has some claim to first video game stories, which is like that's definitely not nothing, you know. This is probably fine. Yeah, like I don't care if we're chipping. Oh, this is a uniform. We wear these while we're working. Working. Wow, you sound like an ant right now. Don't knock it until you try it. It's pretty nice living here. As long as you do what you're told, you get meals without even having to ask. It's basically okay if he just lays around, too. Ooh, the food may be something to be jealous about. But that just isn't my style. I'm a free fairy. I've like super come around on 5 recently. There's a number of good YouTubers that just cover 5. If you really like jobs and customizing units and characters, 5 is very good for that. My one caveat to that is, though, I would say that it engages in some amount of queer erasure, which is one of the reasons why I had to be like, no, I hate it. There is a character, one of your main characters, Ferris, who seems like clearly very uncomfortable with being a woman, like to the extent that she identifies as a man for a bit, to hide her identity. It's like really early on. Like I know this is a little bit spoilery, but like the game really like takes this attitude that like eventually she'll like she'll be convinced to become a woman again. Like I hate that so much. So just like be aware of that going in, I guess. But if you can get over that, there's a lot of very good gameplay that's happening. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't actually need to. You have to deliberately choose to engage with a lot of the gameplay, which is fine, but it's there. Now you relate to the FF, so I don't carry a lot of initial nostalgia starting with 4 like over 10 years ago. That probably is also like part of the reason. I feel like a lot of 11 and a lot of the hype about 11 is very dependent on the nostalgia. 16 is great for the problem it takes itself too seriously for some people, and only controlling one character is always going to rub JRPG players the wrong way. But visually and character-wise, I love it. Yeah, right. Like it is very much a departure from the original. At some point, I will propose to you the sequence of, like, I think Final Fantasies come in groups of 6, and everything I know about 16 follows that pattern still, so I'm not surprised by that. Am I normally used to Mazingers being top tier units? It very much depends. So, like, I guess kind of. They are either great or they are either terrible. They are either terrible because they have no accuracy and have no good ways of correcting that for so long. In which case, like, a lethal attack every 3 attacks is still the same as just like a general amount of chip damage. Or it's like, oh yeah, no, right, like they have a damage multiplier that no one else gets access to. There's like clearly nothing else that beats them. Does that answer your question? I can expound more if you'd like. 5 is more or less mostly gameplay focused. Yeah, I mean there's something interesting about the plot, but I think a lot of the plot falls flat on multiple replays. There's like, if you try to start examining it, a lot of it doesn't really make sense. But if you let yourself get caught up in the story on the first playthrough, the plot can be fun. I'm guessing you don't expect your weapons to give you any special advantage over me. A true expert specializes in nothing. The intensity of your fists and techniques feels like opposing a wild beast. Lumbering get precise, sluggish get sure. You remind me of a tiger, I'm guessing. My supple motions and piercing fists will take you out in one shot. Yes, you remind me of a panda. A panda? You sent over to Nitori. And that's probably fine. I hope you didn't forget about this technique of mine. Use those floor tiles again. Floor tiles? What do you mean? It's our secret weapon. Floor tile Danmaku. I don't know if they're familiars or whatever, but she'll be able to manipulate floor tiles to completely lock down your movements. Basically, if you're caught in the Danmaku, you won't be able to move around. Really, those are much stronger familiars than I expect from someone like her. Wow, I never knew you had that power. Sure I do. Even gatekeepers have to keep up with the times. Technically, those were given to me, and they don't need to know that. Okay, floor tiles, get them. Underfoot. We'll floor them. I'm counting on you. Huh? Jeez, Ellie, always so unreliable. She said, I give in no time without us. The floor tiles are speaking. You're too floored by it. Lady Petulia just thought you were beneath this job, so she put her foot down and helped you out. Believe me, we didn't ask to possess floor tiles of all things. I thought that was strange. She could barely remember my name, yet she suddenly gave me these familiars. Petulia is definitely having fun at my expense. She never told me about any talking floor tiles. Wow, that's nice you have so many friends, Ellie. Wait, Mei-Ling, you got it wrong. This is a mistake. Really, you guys struggled against that? Listen, shut up. They still haunt my nightmares. No, they weren't talking last time we saw them. Well, whether they talk or not, there's still floor tiles in the end. Being familiars doesn't change that. That's true, but giving familiars such a high degree of self-awareness. Is something wrong, Alice? No, never mind. Let's just be careful not to get caught by those floor tiles. Yeah, you take it telling me. Sure. All right, cool. Drink break quick. Five does seem like the poor odd child caught between 4 and 6, kind of 8 caught between 7 and 9. Yes, exactly correct. It is, well, no, not exactly correct. That's 8 is more like 2. That's experimental, but if you break them down to sets of 3, the middle one is also always more experimental. Having to choose with the gauge of combat makes me think of 13. Yeah, I'm playing 13 right now. It's the same idea, I suppose, with both 8 and 5 have major gameplay focus. Yeah, right. Like it's very different. It's like their systems they're very system driven, and the systems are very weird. In the same way that 2 is also very systems driven. Though I think the story of 2 is actually really compelling. I think they're great in X30. W they seem kind of lackluster. Oh yeah, X30 and Y. No, sorry, X30 and W. So far, I have liked them in W. They've been very potent in W. But I would agree, they do feel really lackluster in Y. They take so long to get Majin power that it just does not feel worth it. Late Majin power kills them utility-wise. Yeah. Maybe because they get Majin power so late in the game, and their weapon power is also lower than most supers. Actually, hold on. That's a good point. That's a good point. It's not just that they're Majin power. They get Majin power late. It's that it feels like they need Majin power to get to the damage amounts that everybody else already has. And we say SRWs for both. Yeah. Yeah, I really hope so. These floor tiles are so obnoxious. 13 is interesting, but the gameplay integration into the late game is so bad. How do you find 13? It seems like people love it or hate it, especially Lightning. 13 IMO makes a really bad first impression. Most people leave before the game can show its hand. Yeah, I think you've described it. I think you've described it correctly. I think having a battle system that always heals you because they can make the fights harder is a good thing. I think the way in which you are supposed to job change is very good. I think the way in which job changing kind of feels a little bit more like a fighting game, or like how a lot of the abilities feel a little bit more like a fighting game. I'm trying to experiment right now with the different timing between switching between elements or using the same element, and there's like different amount of frame data that's happening if you switch elements to try and like keep combos happening. There's a lot of internal implicit systems that the game does not tell you that if you want to choose to work on, you can. But you certainly don't need to. And yeah, like the fact that the game is just hallway simulator is very rough. I was thinking about this compared to 10, because like 10 is also a hallway simulator, but it's contextualized just so much better because like we already know it to be, we already understand it to be a journey, a travel narrative, which is going to be a lot of like very forward movement, but there's like things to do along the way. The fact that 13 has no side missions until exactly one point and all of them are in the same place definitely sullies a lot of it. There's just like so little reason to experiment. Yeah. 10 hides it better is always is what I always say, and I think people like the characters much more, which helps. Yeah, but like 10 is also very divisive with their characters. Think how often the Titus Yuna laughing scene gets memed on because they don't understand that they're like actively trying to pretend and affect to like intentionally boost their mood. There's like so many of those elements of those characters that are like laughed at because they like they're taken out of context of the story, that I feel like it kind of fits a similar role as 13, that you either like really love it or you really hate it. But Final Fantasy, like there are 3 game series in my like hierarchy: Super Robot Wars, Final Fantasy, and Shin Megami Tensei, where the worst of them is still a game that I would enjoy playing. I think, yeah. Well, let me do some more of this mission, but then I have some hot takes about 7. But yeah. People jumping on that laugh is the one thing that makes me blow up. Yeah. For SRW, do you like the traditional linear mission or the openness of Y and 30? Oh, by golly, the linearness. I want missions to go... I want the requirement of needing to play through things in order. I like the idea of, like, here are 3 missions, do them whatever order you want, and then we might get changed a little bit by the end of them. Like, that seems fine to me. But, yeah, I don't like the open order. I could play other games for that. Like, I want Super Robot War. I want tactics games to be able to push me into, like, really close quarters. Because if I wanted openness, I'd just go play Vizcaya, you know? Okay, let's think here. So, you don't have a spell card. If we just kill you, this goes away. I'm pretty sure the smaller selection thing comes from not control, that's not the word. Compact. I from what I understand about the compact games, that is where I'm deriving that idea from. Oh, and MX too. Yeah, MX does it too. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not opposed to refining the system of the openness, but I do think it needs to be refined. Like, as it stands right now, it is rough. It is intolerable to me. Also, GC has some shades of it too. GC is exclusively linear. There is no side missions. You just get like, you do a mission, and then some of them also have a like bonus mission you can do afterwards. That's it. But like, you can't go back and redo anything. Yeah, you only get one you can go back and redo. Also, I'm looking. Hold on a second. Do I just have my graphics turned down low? Oh wait, no. Okay, we are in 1080. I looked over at my like screen preview. It was at 480. Like, that's not right. Okay. Yeah. So we are kind of stuck in this position. We could maybe still kill her from here. Right, like we could bullseye here to finish off with Rumia. We can half ghost, we can alert half ghost. We have perfect freeze. Oh, actually, this is probably very good. Right, we can persist and get the attack off of Monster Cucumber. We might not need to use the bomb. This would be an instance where using the bomb would be relevant. Yeah. That's why I said shades of it. Yeah. That's fair. Also, I hate to just skip story beats because they are optional. Yeah, I mean, because I'm playing most of these games for the mechanics of it, I'm not so worried about the story beats, but like, I also do get why that would be frustrating. Yeah, and I do know I could bomb the tiles away. I'm just like trying to see, like, if there's not a reason to, why wouldn't I save it in the event that, like, Meiling's... Like, once Meiling goes into spell card, I might need to bomb that spell card away for, like, 2 turns. I think let's try it. Actually, hold on, wait. This is what quick saving is for. There you are, Bowl Cut Swordsman. We meet again, Scythe Lady. While you might fool others at a glance, I can tell you've got extensive training with that scythe. Yeah, well, I'm not a gatekeeper for nothing. And this time I have my floor tiles. I'll beat you before you can get close. I could say the same once I get in close. I won't be letting my guard down. Okay. You're going last. Hold on, let's look at this in combat. We want persist. Yeah. She would have done 35.98. Okay, cool. Oh, your hairstyle's pretty neat. My hairstyle? You mean these rolled curls? Isn't it lovely? It's been my trademark ever since I was called cute. Then once I win, I'm going to make your hair like that too. Your hair's too short for that. So the most you could do is put it up in buns, I'm afraid. Though, actually, those might be cute on you. Yeah, yours are more like chocolate cornets. How do you make them? I didn't make my hair. Clearly fairies don't get what's so charming about rolled curls. Okay. We can go here. We can use, yeah, we'll sense. We meet again, Hakurai Shrine Maiden. Huh? Do I know you? Oh, I'm kidding. Of course I remember you. Not that there was much to remember. Geez, quit with the bad jokes. I have my floor tiles this time, so I'll teach you a lesson in respect. Yeah. I prefer a shorter focus game over a longer unfocused one. Also true. Yeah, like I have zero problems with my game coming to an end because like it's just time for it to be over. Also, SRW lacks the rewards for being as long as 30 or Y. SD Gundam does that a lot better, in my opinion. Yeah, actually, that's true. I don't mind if a game is long if it has some rewards for it. I don't need every game to be long, but like, it feels like there's so little reason to. But it's also like why I like playing these games quote unquote fast. I'm not doing it right now, but like I like taking few turns because a lot of tactics games sort of get very like sludgy and soupy once you go like really long. So like making them briefer tends to like highlight the better qualities of them more. Also, welcome back, Gundam. Yes, thank you. We did in fact survive the incident. The problem with SD Gundam is those games are grindy. Yeah, right. Like if you don't want, like, right, like I don't want to grind in my games. That's what I play Warframe for. And the fact that I always have a linear narrative or like a linear plot structure to my missions pushes me forward to stop me from grinding. That I have to like figure out how to like extract resources really well. Yeah. But yeah, if we do have grinding, at least there's something to grind for. Like I do agree that's true. I'm glad that that exists. I just don't think it's necessarily going to be like immediately for me, you know? Okay, why are we doing so little damage? Prevail, enemy terrain rank, air S, distance modifier. Oh, because she has an S in the air also. Okay, sure. I'm trying to figure out whether we Danmaku power or not. Because we could Danmaku power, and that might be enough to be lethal. Because then we can bullseye endgame. I guess, hold on, we could heal, we'll heal Nidori one more time. We could make sure, right, like, this... Maybe we actually don't have enough HP for that. I was gonna say we can like if we guard. Yeah, if we guard that isn't lethal, we can then heal her with a trust. And then Marissa will definitely be lethal again. You know, you two seem like hard luck characters. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? It's just kind of aura you give off. Like, even when you win, you end up tripping over your feet as you give your victory line. Stuff like that. Don't make snap judgments about people based on their appearance. We're doing our best we can. Well, that's a shame. Okay. I know we can do it later, but I want to do it now to make sure we don't mess it up. But I understand I like grinding if it can be done well and with good rewards. Looking at getting every Digimon and Cyber Sleuth Hacker's Memory. Oh yeah, yeah. Like I love the grinding of I love the grinding of Cyber Sleuth, but I also just like don't need every one of my games for that, you know. Yeah, grinding SRW, you really only do it for bragging rights. You don't get new weapons or anything unless you're grinding kills for a secret. Yeah, exactly. It is funny that I did remove the energy restoring part because I didn't think it was going to matter, and here is where it would actually like have mattered a lot. Yeah. Speaking of SD Gundam, earlier I was talking about how Gundam doesn't really have a successful gacha. Like SD Gundam Eternal feels like Bandai will pull the plug on it in 1 or 2 years. I mean, all the better. I don't want any successful gachas. But yeah, I do think it'll probably go pretty quickly. But yeah, like if it's making good money, they probably aren't like if they can like get some money out of it and then just like call it a day, probably all the better, you know? You made Florthouse fly. That's a neat trick. Yeah, isn't it great? Feel free to admit if you're jealous. Nah, I wouldn't want to do that. It's kind of creepy. Kids say the darndest things. Have some thought when you're speaking to adults. Okay. I know UC Engage was really successful. I think it says a lot that I also just like don't recognize the names of any of these. I never would have thought you'd switch jobs to work here. What happened to your last one? Laid off? That's none of your business. I got a lot of stuff going on. I'll have you know. but you're right back to being a yokai gatekeeper somewhere else. You must have been really hard up for your job options. Don't insult the job of a gatekeeper. Protecting a gate is the same as safeguarding a warm and friendly household. It's a job to be proud of. This mansion leaks out scarlet mist instead of smoke from cooking. If that's your idea of warm and friendly, that's kind of messed up. I'll remember this. Sick. Sets unit and weapon night terrain ranks to S. I give. There's nothing more of our style we can teach you. Ellie, it was a short time on the floor, but it was fun. Oh, my floor tiles. Although, to be honest, they probably need to be destroyed. Ellie, I'm okay. I'll keep on fighting with you. I'm a gatekeeper too. No, I'll handle this. You go on ahead and inform Sakuya. All right, be careful, Mei Ling. Cool. I don't get the gacha hate. Them going away isn't gonna give us real games. Lol, it's never worked that way. I mean, yeah, no, that like. I don't like gacha games because they are run predatorily, but like, it is true that we are never going to get a good game in place of them if we don't have them. Like, not having them doesn't give us a good game instead. So like, I would rather them make a good gacha game than make nothing, but I'd rather them make something else instead, you know? Oh, I don't. Foolish me for thinking that this, like, stuff on the ground actually gave terrain. My bad. They could have made a new SD Gundam if they wanted to. They chose not to and went gacha because it's easier. Yeah. I think we're just gonna stay here. I think that's fine. Like, if DD went away, we weren't getting Y earlier. Yeah, that is true. Like, but I think the reverse is also true. That the more, that's not good. The more that people engage with them, like, the more that they are out there and the more that people engage with them, the more companies see that they can justify making them the way that they do. So having fewer of them is going to disincentivize people from playing them the way that they do, which does mean that we're like we just need to be shoppers that are like aware of what it is that we are buying and how what we're buying makes companies like make choices about us. Yeah. Also, I hate that most microtransactions in video games, since they are literally supposed to be at least 14 plus in my country, if not 18 plus, but the law is dumb to do it. Yeah, like the way in which they are like addressed legally is also like very messy and not well handled in my opinion. I think we absolutely should think of them as gambling. Like, I think that is 100% fair. I just wish we were like I wish we were more efficient at it. But. What did you need holy water after seeing what? What did I do bad? DD is the peak of Scummy Gacha though, because you have pull moves. That seems awful. That's like Super Smash Brothers, was it Wii? Was it the Wii U Smash Brothers had like moves characters could learn that you had to go through like random gen to get them. That's fine. That's okay. Hold on, let me catch up with the chat. I want to play DD, but I don't know what hoops I need to play it. Like, somehow Zombieland Saga is in it. That's strange and wild. No, we wouldn't, especially with the future being the open world method, because it wasn't going to be an OG game. I think in this particular case, it was not improving anything, but there's definitely times where some the studio working on the mobile game would not have put their manpower into working on a non-mobile game. But there is some times where it is true where those things are divided, like the Kingdom Hearts studio, for instance. Like, that is going, like, them not working on whatever the mobile game was. Like the Kingdom Hearts mobile game, like that development team could then focus on non-mobile things, but like that's not always going to be the case. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me? That badge on your hat is so cool. Oh, you think? That's exactly my trademark. It's when I'm taking that badge. Wait, what? Also, I realized I should have attacked with Nitori first. Oh, because she got... Okay. Yeah. I remember this now. She got grazed, so persist didn't actually take effect. That's fine. Maybe if there was no DD, Y would have been better. Yeah, like I think that is what the internet describes as copium. I think it's like, we want to hope that is true, but like that's not changing where their resources are going. They would have just made another one. Yeah. Right, because like gacha games are proven to be financially viable for people. Like, people will spend money on them. So my think with having fewer gacha games is just people are going to spend less money on them. Therefore, if people have less gacha games to spend money on, companies will see that they're like, people are willing to spend money on just like any content. I think that this is like a very complicated financial situation that's just like not easy to unpack. That I also like can't give my full attention to while trying to play this. But like I do think it's a really interesting conversation. I'll see if I can like get my head around it a little bit more. No offense, but I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, whatever. I'm sure I'll remember after I kick you to the ground. I hope you're ready for this. Okay. So at this point, we're kind of just like running her out of energy, which is not the worst, I would say. Also, yeah, you should be back here. Hold on. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you should be back here. Because there was a support attack we were getting that we've like accidentally lost. Yeah. Tricky, I see you said you gotta go soon. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate you being back. It's good to hear from you again. Hopefully you enjoyed your time. If you have time before you go, if you have any other questions for me, like please let me know. You had a lot of very like high concept questions you were asking earlier. I appreciate that. People also love it. It was bad to us. Yeah, right. Like that's the other thing to remember is where there's so much text. The gatekeeper that protects the enemy stronghold. You certainly look tough. Of course I am. I'm called the Guardian of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. I will repel you by force. Just try it. You'll never outpower me. What's up, Yomu? Nothing. I was just thinking about how both of them were pretty bulky. Totally fine. Well, you're moving now, so there's that. Oh, you're not the healer. Like, yeah. The resources are going somewhere, and not having those resources to spend on the gacha game feels like they should get allocated somewhere else. But odds are they would just spend them on making a different gacha game. Challenging me to a brawl with those slender arms is just silly. No one said it's going to be a brawl. I'm not fond of close range battle, so I'll keep my distance. So you're familiar with your own fighter strengths and weaknesses. But I'm the exact same. I'll make sure to close the distance until I can reach you with my fists. What a pain. Those confident, sturdy types are the worst puzzle matchup for me. Halting the current industry is something I can and will do. I mean, like, I'm with you. Like, yeah, like, I'll burn it down myself if I can. But, you know, like, trying to have, like, realistic understandings of, like, the limits of what it is we are talking about is, like, kind of necessary. There is only so much we can do when like, we are a small chunk of the community, right? BD was with devs who also did Disgaea Gacha, the new Japanese wrestling one, and the One Piece Treasure Cruise one. So they weren't working on the SR game. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, also, we can probably turn the attack animations on so we can, like, see what she's actually doing. Like FGO, because it makes money hand over fist for around 11 years at this point. Still can't believe it's still here. Yeah, it made $600,000 last month due to sites we use to track gacha revenue, which is probably perfectly fine for them. Since they make anime about it, since it makes sense, it's self-reinforcing, I suppose. Yeah, right. Yeah, but like that's what I've been trying to say, not well, about a lot of this, like, purchasing behavior too, is that it's, like, very self-reinforcing. That the more like we have gacha games to play, the more companies see that they can make money by, like, spending, like, by making them. Yeah. Now FGO is taking Nasu away from writing other games, so the argument kind of works there, but FGO is basically canon now. It's because it's Fate, then Tsukihime, then wider Type Moon concepts. Yeah, there's a lot going on there. But yeah, right, like FGO is a good example of where that, like, actually does work. So, like, we do need to, like, do it per instance of game. But it's funny she talks about being long range despite Alice being rather short range herself right now. I was gonna say, like, yeah, like like that convo with Alice that we had with her and with Mei Ling only really work if we, like, did not invest into her. It's funny she talks about, oh yeah. FGO also just finished their story and fans were panicking it was going to close. It's more like part 3 is coming than FGO 2. Yeah. It feels too popular. I feel like they're not going to lose it, but then FGO 2 happens, I wonder if people will actually move on. It's more likely a lot more people will join. Yeah, especially if they, like, especially if their integration lets you translate a lot of stuff over, I think it probably will do just fine. Yeah. Why are we prevail enemy distance? I guess we just have let her build up, like, all morale, and she is on prevail. Okay. Totally fine. I was gonna say, if this doesn't work, we can just let Raymond, or not Raymond, we can let Kane do this next map, or next turn. They really are tough. She's still ready for another round. She must be tough stuff. This is taking too much time, even as we fight the human villages. Ah, yes. Hey, Yokai. We went to the human village yesterday, didn't you? Nobody can go out right now with the mist pervading the village. Many people have collapsed because of it. People have collapsed? Yes, so please let us through to speak to the one behind us. All we want is for the mist to stop. Kane is still trying diplomacy at a time like this. Amazing. I refuse. Well, that was predictable. Whatever your reason may be, the mistress entrusts me with protecting this gate. I will never neglect my duties. Looks like there's no reasoning with her. We have no other choice but to fight. I was never planning on anything else anyway. We'll just take her down and force our way in. My mission is to protect the gate of the Scarlet Devil from insolent invaders. Here comes my spell card. Helper sign, Rainbow Wind Chime. Okay, what does that mean? Sure. Let's use a bomb. Okay, and that does take the turn. Okay, cool. This seems fine. We're gonna waste a little bit, but... Hello, ordinary lady. You're on about that again. What's wrong with being ordinary anyway? Oh, you've accepted your ordinariness now. It's time for the punishment, then. Who taught you any of these ideas? Oh, we do, like, no damage. I mean, I know she was burning. I know she was burning, just... Yeah, but we turned her spell card off, right? Like, yeah, because she doesn't have any Danmaku. The spell card doesn't do anything now. We need an energy restorer, like, badly. I guess also people can unfocus now that we don't have to worry about Danmaku areas. Yeah. Like, Genshin is my gacha of choice, but there are times when I can tell the game could have done fine as normal RPG, but I say that as a fan since the beginning. I just want to be able to see the story finish, for good or for bad. Yeah, that's also the thing with a lot of these, like, for lack of a better word, career games that expect you to, like, play them for the whole of your life, but they're not necessarily, like, immediately skill-based, like, to say, like, chess, for instance. I know you can, like, play this game skillfully, just, like, chess doesn't have a plot to it, but you can still spend your whole life. What I've seen Genshin combat gameplay looks really uninteresting. You should stay focused. Okay, that's fine. I will learn my lesson. You look like you'd hurt a lot if you let me hit you. If you're scared, then leave. I won't pursue you if you do. I'm not really scared, though. Your attacks can't hit me if I blend into the darkness. That's arrogant of you. As long as you give off that eerie presence, my fists will never lose their mark. Right, you have that back. Then we just bomb again with someone who we don't actually need to use. Like, we could bomb with you a second time. Sure. I don't know what I'm doing. She seems like Giga Turbo dead. Right, like, we just move her out. Yeah. I would never take gacha criticism seriously until we start talking about TCGs. Well, I mean, I'll gladly talk about TCGs too. I do think you gotta refresh before attacks. That's fair. That is what I was worried about. Like, if that is the case, then, like, absolutely solid advice. But if it now knowing that it doesn't, yeah, we are safe to do this. We also don't have energy for that. That's fine. Okay. This doesn't kill us. so this is probably fine. We're gonna end this turn, but I'd really rather not go all the way against a fairy like you. Yes, I'm not very good with pain. Then you shouldn't pop up in front of me like that. You're more suited to rear support. That's true, but my friend keeps advancing, so I don't have much choice but to keep pace. A long-suffering fairy. I can kind of identify with that. Okay. Yeah, Lee Sense again. Okay. Okay. And then we have probably one more attack after this. We, like, need energy badly on everybody. Boy, hold on. Let me catch up with chat again. IMO, it's a form of game people can choose to engage with or not engage with. I suppose double action is dangerous later with this. Yeah. I'm very excited for double action. This will be very good. I like TCG video games. TCGs are not so much. Paid ones, not free to play. Yeah. I figure we're talking about like paid stuff for this because like part of the point of this is like the cost of it, right? Arguably, TCGs are worse because they are explicitly targeted at kids, where gachas tend to be anime, so targeted at teens, young adults. Okay, I see the logic here. I think the case is that both of them are targeted at like young adults now because they know that they got them from when they were younger, and like can keep them hooked on it. But yeah, like any system that is like designed to financially get like kids involved in it, that does not recognize that, or is trying really hard to ignore the fact that kids can have like very addictive personalities, is definitely malicious. Yeah. Are we not going to end this turn? That's going to be a problem. Behold my techniques. You've trained your body and polished your techniques, even though you're a yokai. That's amazing. There aren't many yokai on the mountains like you nowadays. Yes, so I hear. You don't seem like the type to engage in intensive training either. That's because I train myself in technology. Behold my awesome weapons. Fine. Okay. I mean, I guess we try it. Like, gracious. Okay. Cool. No! No way! No shot! Alright, hold on a second. Arguably, TCGs are worse. Yeah. The exploration and how nations interact with their gods is what keeps me invested. I don't really care for the combat that much. I don't take the combat seriously until 3 years into the game for me. Yeah, I had a friend who had that attitude too. IRL loot boxes where the things you get can randomly drop like a rock in value. I love TCG games. We honestly need more. Yeah, no, the like ability for things to just like change in value that you like lost money on them is like really bad feels. I think there's more laws we can just make with physical products that cannot make with digital purchases because lawmakers are stupid. I feel like if we have to legislate about them this way, I feel like we've kind of already missed the point a little bit. You know, I guess the argument is just most gacha EOS, and you lose everything, assuming that there isn't an offline version, which is becoming more and more popular. Capcom loves to do that. But with TCGs, if your cards are worthless on the market, then you just have cardboard. Yeah, that I will. I think that is a fair criticism. That's the one I want to engage with. Sorry, I'm distracted by, like, yeah, I do think we should probably just reload that. What? Okay, we want to reload turn 15. Now knowing that can happen. Okay. That is obnoxious. Okay. Cyrano is definitely going to be less relevant, so we're going to have her use the bomb instead. Oh, fascinating that it also only takes out... I wasn't sure how this was going to work. If we, like, highlighted over her, it knocks out all of her tiles, or it knocks out just the tiles that it was, like, on. Yeah. But yeah, okay, so here's my thing with TCGs. I think the actual problem is that we don't have enough formats that are supported. Because a lot of cards only lose value. A lot of this, like, multiplicity of value with cards is deeply dependent on the fact, is deeply dependent on the fact that a lot of their values are determined by standard legality. And if we don't tie cost to standard formats because we support non-standard formats, we are going to be less often getting in these positions where cards are, like, fluctuating in price like every other day. Also, what items do you have? You just have sake. That's unfortunate. Okay. Doesn't someone have... Oh, you got beer. Oh, my word. Okay. Well, that would have saved us a lot of trouble. We definitely have it now. But yeah, if we, like, actually allow people to have ways of using their cards and that those cards still have, like, value to them, I think a lot of these concerns go away very quickly. Because, like, TCG card value is determined by either collectability, or playability, or a combination of the two of them. So when you have playability with multiple formats, there is much less of... There's more instances for playability to dictate their price. But a lot, like, yeah, but a lot of that problem comes from, like, reprint practices too. That's why I always point to the LCG. It's from Fantasy Flight. Fantasy Flight is known as like, strictly speaking, a board game company, not necessarily a card game company. But the LCG is the way to distribute TCGs. When they have a new set come out, you buy a pack that has a play set of every card in that set. Then everyone has all of the tools to be able to compete and play collectively. You never have to worry about any of the, like, trading or like anything involved with not having access to the cards you want to play. But I think I will be so bold as to say a lot of people who play competitively are scared that they're not actually good. So they want to try and get as few people involved as possible so that, like, everyone already has a known quantity of what everyone else is playing, rather than letting people experiment and change meta. Also, I would like to note that there are a lot of stuff that you cannot do IRL, but online, because the law has not caught up. Laws are necessary if private entities do damage to the populace. Oh yeah, no, like, I want lots of legislation, but I think that's sort of allowing us to have a mentality that this already should be a thing that requires you to spend your entire life on. Like, I think there are some other things that can happen before that. I guess they're still going to involve laws, but I'm thinking about how we change how we consume product first. Like, try to address the innate cause of like why we constantly feel the need to get 500,000 pieces of shiny cardboard. And I think a lot of that gets tamped down as soon as we don't have this mentality that like, I have it and you don't. I get to have it and you don't get to have it. Like, I think that's what drives a lot of the sales, more than just that they are collectible. So if everything is just like constantly released and constantly available for people to buy, I think that also just makes things like less, like, it will exponentially decrease their value, not proportionally decrease their value. A lot of this stuff could be print on demand, and just like everyone has to wait a week to get their orders. Like, it'll be fine. Actually, I do find it weird that they were like, Genshin, you must tell us how much money someone can potentially spend to get a 5-star when you know how gacha has been around for longer than it. But I think the US law just picked on it because it was popular. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think necessarily just picking on it. I think, like, the nature of US law is to set precedent. So if Genshin is the thing that everyone's paying attention to, US law dictates that precedent is the thing be set. Use the example, use the one that everyone, quote-unquote, everyone recognizes. Because if we are going to try to do something in exemplum, we need to do the one that's going to be the most example, rather than like start with corner cases, you know? Yeah. Well, it was unprecedented success, I recall, so it makes sense. More eyes, more political capital to be made. Yeah. But like, I think there's like, I think probably this is also just coming from like the European like a European experience with law compared to like the US experience with law, where this is like probably the best way the US could do it is to discuss something that has a lot of eyes on it, is like going to produce actually healthy results or more healthy results. In German, we have the saying, I'm not going to say it, which means no plaintiff, no judge. It took forever to get proper poll rates, I recall, too. Yeah. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh's new overframe looks so cool. Basically full arts for anime characters and ace monsters. That is really cool. Yeah, but like all of those things are cool, but I think half of them are I think half the reason we think they are cool is because we get to go, I have it and you don't. Like, I have the shinier ones. Because, like, half of the time people play these games, they don't actually play them competitively. They just like putting all their cardboard on the table to show that, like, to show someone else that they have it. Yeah. I don't know if other gachas have, since the ruling shown the amount of money it takes for a 5-star equivalent. Yeah, I can't think of any either. Like, the only gacha that I play somewhat consistently, and I haven't for a while, is the Shin Megami Tensei one. And, like, that doesn't. And I can't think of any others that I've seen, like, adjacently that do that. But, like, US law also takes bonkers long to get anything moving. Like, things that were legislated 15 years ago might not start working yet, because we're just, like, very slow. Yeah. Oh, for sure, I like looking at shiny cards, too. But as soon as it doesn't become... But I need to make you look at my shiny cardboard that you don't have. I think everyone will collect the things that they actually like collecting, rather than going like, well, it's foil. It's like, but do you actually like the art? Well, no, but it's foil. The number of times that I've heard people be like, but it has alternate art. But do you like the alternate art? It doesn't matter to them, because it is like, they are told that it's more desirable, so they have to have it. I mean, how else are you gonna get those whales, right? But I know you're saying, I get the lol is joking, but like that's what I mean by like changing mentality too. That we just like take for granted that whales are going to be part of like the game sphere, and that we can have a system that is designed to allow people who have like infinite disposable income, like quote unquote outplay us by just buying their way into it. I think you'd have to like we could probably spend like days on any one particular game in particular and pick apart how it could be done in a way that is less predatory. I think part of the problem with it, I think like we're always going to feel like we're circling around this conversation, is none of them are going to work exactly the same way. Like, not even internal to just TCGs, because of like how the literal card game itself operates, you know. Like, I like the Ash Blossom art that often gets called the feet art. I only know one art of Ash Blossom, and I think it's probably the standard one. I'd rather they get to flex with some cosmetic things like this in card games than buy a mechanically better card. I mean, I think that is true, but I think unfortunately those things just are paired together, because the mechanically better cards are often the ones that are going to get the cosmetic improvements to them too. It's seldom that you're ever going to give the cosmetic improvements to the cards that no one wants to play. People are going to want to play the mechanical better ones. So they're the ones that are also going to get the cosmetic upgrades too. Like, I think that is separating things in the same way that's separating, like, oh, well, maybe the other studio could work on a different project. It's like, but that's not going to be true. We're not going to give the cosmetics to, like, a card that everyone's going to stick in their binder, right? It's only filling in for the Gatekeeper of the enemy stronghold to be so formidable. It's only fitting for it to be so formidable. Looks like we can move on. Oh, how could I have been beaten? Oh, hey, you look healthy enough to stand up. She's quite the type customer. Let's blow her up. What? Just kidding. All right, let's get going. Yes, we don't have time to waste. Huh? You're leaving just like that? You're already beaten up. There's no point keeping fighting going on. So we'll be heading for the culprit now. Yeah, the enemy stronghold stands before us. Cosmetic upgrades could also be for Yugi boomers like Blue Eyes, Dark Magician, etc. Yeah, but right, like this is what I was saying about like examples of like game by game, where like that is probably a little bit more true for Yu-Gi-Oh, because people have nostalgia attached to them, or like the Gundam card game that no one can buy because it is so bloody expensive because everyone just wants Gundam cards. But like Yu-Gi-Oh is also an interesting beast because like the amount of nostalgia support that they make, like they make whole archetypes around characters that people recognize from the anime. So like, who knows how long it'll be until those things are like playable again, because they have archetypal support, you know. Remember how Night Trap was one of the games responsible for making the ESRB? And when you look at the actual game, you scratch your head wondering, how did this make the rating system? I'm so fascinated by the relationship between ESRB and trigger warnings. We like, everyone hated the ESRB, and then we removed it, and then we just made our own version of it with trigger warnings. It's like, this is exactly what this was doing, just like we didn't get to be the ones that were orchestrating it. Lack of good art really pushed me from Final Fantasy TCG. It's just concept art instead of actual new art like Pokemon or Digimon. Yeah, I think the concept art is great. But if what you want is that like really stylized art, like from Pokemon, then like, yeah, it's not going to be the game. Yeah, it's disgusting. I love it. Yeah, I feel ya. I mean, I like them still appealing to those lapsed players. Oh yeah. For, like, I think appealing to that is not a problem. I think how we appeal to it is a problem. But there's no reason to print an alt art like super fancy foil full border of Twin Long Rods #2, because like that card's just not going to get played. Or like, maybe that was a terrible example because maybe it does now. Or like Frog the Jam. I don't know. I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh enough to know. But there are some cards that are just never going to get played. I'm thinking this in terms of Magic more, that so much of that gameplay of Magic now is about playing Commander, and people having one particular legendary creature that they're going to play with Commander, and those ones getting alt arts and being really collectible and getting different art treatments. And that is like what pushes the price up of a lot of cards, because like those are the things that are going to get played, rather than just like, yeah, I mean, yeah, this is not the stream for this, but we're here playing tactics games. They get the Australian weird game bans like Saints Row 4 banned, but GTA 5 wasn't. Yeah, the things that like do and don't get banned are like also really fascinating history. Like Japan has a really fascinating history of it. Magic do be wilding. If this informing that opinion, I have zero. If that is informing the opinion, I have zero disagreements. Yeah, like part of like a lot of this is coming from my experience with Magic, but like a lot of this is coming from my experience on the other side of things with like board games and LCGs and watching people who just like buy board games and put like sleeves on games, play it once and never play it again. And how much people want all the like upgrade packs and like add the extra models and make the pieces out of metal. Give me all the like fancy art. Give me all the art books with it. It's like we're not doing anything, but like the number of times that I've had people be like, I play tested for this. I'm like, well, did you like it? No, I hated it, but I play tested for it. You can see my name's on the box, but you didn't like it. What's happening? Also, Pokemon Gen 1 DP is auto Peggy 12 for the game corner. Peggy needs to be witch hunted. Probably better lobbying. I mean, let's not use the word witch hunt because that's what I get what you mean. But like the game corner is literally gambling. It's just there's not like stakes to it in the way that like actually betting money is, you know. Looking at it again, it really is an imposing game. Yes, the mansion beyond it is exquisitely designed too. We're in enemy territory now. Stay sharp. Yeah, the main event starts now. So there really is a Scarlet Mansion. What I heard in my dreams was true. Speaking of dreams. Oh, what's that? A bottled Kadama? Ah, it's Shiro. You brought him with you? Yeah, just felt like toting him along. Is Shiro that white Kadama inside? Shiro means white. Intuitive enough name, right? It liked me a lot, so I captured it. It liked you a lot, so you captured it? How does that work? It's an odd Kadama, though. It followed after us. It understands what we say. It's not normal, for sure. That does sound strange, right? That's why I made it my pet. What does it eat? Well, never actually thought about it. I've thought about what to feed it. It's a Kadama after all. I wonder what it eats. Yikes, what a horrible pet owner. Just give it some sweets or something. Why let Kadama eat something that fancy? Sweets are for humans. Wait, eating sweets. What about it? That's right, I remember now. I thought I recognized her. The gatekeeper yokai ate up all my taiyaki. Huh? She ate up all your taiyaki? What do you mean? Well, you know that sweet shop in the village, Daimonji? Kane and I decided to meet up there yesterday. We went there too. The taiyaki was sold out though. The obanyaki was great. Marissa bought us some, I think. No, I did. I was expecting us to eat together, but Kane completely failed to pick up a basic social cues and ate hers by herself. That got me annoyed, so I was gonna buy enough to fill up on. Then that red-haired yokai walked up and bought up everything. Ah, that day. You remembered it well. A food grudge helps a lot there. Food grudge? One that sounds completely misplaced, I might add. That's Reimu for you. Once she starts grumbling, that's all she's going to talk about for a while. Haha, I can imagine how frustrating it would be seeing something get sold out right before you can buy any. Why, just the other day I went to a sweet shop to buy taiyaki for her. What if the store Reimu's referring to is the same one where I bought out that taiyaki to bring back as gift snacks? Oh no, I can't let her find out. Say, you did have that nice taiyaki smell on you earlier. Did you not eat any of it yourself? New topic, please. And so I ended up being so sore about it that when it even appeared in my dreams. Hey, Marissa, are you listening? Yeah, I ain't listening at all. Good grief, you're hopeless. I'll treat you to taiyaki once the incident is resolved, okay? So, what does that leave for feeding the Kadama? Sigh. The complete lack of urgency does not bode well. We're in the enemy base, you know. We could step into a trap at any moment. It's fine. Whatever enemy comes, we'll just power through them, just like we did just now. You're being too carefree. We're going to be in trouble if the enemy has a proper plan. Plus, those floor tile familiars, they looked forgettable enough, but they were high-ranking spirits capable of understanding speech, which means someone here is capable of making spirits possess things. In other words, a magician proficient in spirit sorcery. An abundance of caution seems prudent here. Shanghai, I might need to borrow your strength soon. Well, like, how did the game with an actual torture scene that the player was involved in participating doesn't get banned? Also, apparently later versions of GTA 5 have removed the scene. That does not surprise me. I feel like a lot of things they end up like changing and cutting stuff out instead of banning it. It's also interesting how stuff like Fear and Hunger or Five Nights at Freddy's is banned in Germany on Steam. I mean, Fear and Hunger is not surprising. Having those two be the same sentence is fascinating. So a friend of mine gifted those games to his friend in Germany, probably unrated, never looked into it. We were just talking about it yesterday. Yeah, I mean, FNAF is I guess because they're like more indie games that they're like not going to get the same rating treatment, but yeah. Yeah, Germany is really bad on that, possibly worse than Australia. Time for Archive to hit the library. I'm okay, curious. It's an interesting system where if it has no rating, it's banned, and then we go from there. Yeah, it's like an overabundance of caution. Yeah, it's probably not helpful. Actually, I kind of remember a funny ban in Russia where they banned multiple isekai books. One of them, for example, was Sword Art Online. Yeah, but like Russia banning things is very different because Russia has like pretty much been like the amount of fascism in Russia like dramatically changes any conversations about bannings because of just like how they like participate in media in the way that like America banning things now would look the same, you know. Not that banning things isn't already kind of very controlling, but there's like a very different tone when places like Russia are doing it. Good morning, mistress. You were a bit late to rise today. That's because the power I used to create the mist last night. Is my meal ready yet? I'm hungry. It's ready, but there's one thing that I need to inform you of first. Why, what would that be? I received a report just now that the mansion's gate has been broken through. According to Lady Ellie, it appears that one group of humans. Oh, that's sooner than I thought. Those two prided themselves on their toughness so much, too. Conversely, they had no means of defending against things that overpowered that toughness. There's Patchouli. Lady Patchouli. I've heard from Koakuma. They seem to have added to their fighting strength since the time they fought you, Sakuya. Yes. They have already 3 or 4 additions to their ranks. That makes the reason they lost even clearer. Their unstoppable force broke our unmovable guards. It's not surprising, indeed. Did you know this would happen? From the start, yes. All I expected out of them was stalling for time. I take it you have a better plan in mind, then? Of course. From what I've heard, the enemy's made up of 3.5 humans, 3 yokai, 2 fairies, and 0.5 ghosts. With such a muddled composition, it's not remotely clear what kind of group it is. I strongly doubt they have proper leadership. Which means, a troop with no leader is merely a ragtag band. Shake them up a bit and they'll all fall apart. Since I have a defense system in place, I may as well use it for once. I see. It seems you're fully prepared. Very well. You'll fight them next. Sakuya, lead them to the library. As you wish. I'll be going ahead. Call in the demon. I'll need her for our next operation. I could join you if you wish. But she's gone. I suppose I won't be needed here. I wonder. Patchy has times where she's rather useless, too. It's clear that these opponents just can't be overpowered like the gatekeepers tried to do. I can't wait to see how this unfolds. You seem to be enjoying this, mistress. Of course, it's a fun game. In fact, call her over here, too. I think she'll be back soon, and she'll be soon whether we summon her or not. She'll have to pick up Lady Ellie. Still, our gatekeepers are a disgrace if they make Lady Patchouli step in personally. Actually, they fulfilled their role in the best possible way. What do you mean? Someone forcing their way into our domain is the worst possible insult for any kind. But that doesn't mean I want my gatekeepers to send every intruder packing. Where's the fun in that? Hence, letting intruders in right as I wake up is the best way our gatekeepers could carry out their duty. Since, in your view, they set the stage for our own amusement. Yes, I've lost a rook and a pawn, but that's an acceptable sacrifice. The knights are all lined up on the board, now for them to amuse me. Was there not a ban on assassination classroom in American schools? I recall some people clown on a state. I do not remember that. That would not surprise me, though. Is Koakuma just child, small devil in Japanese? Yeah, Ko being the word for child and Akuma being the word for devil. That sounds right to me. I've just never heard Koakuma put together before. Because, like, the word Akuma, I don't think it's used that regularly. Also, 3.5 humans, 0.5 ghosts is really funny. I was gonna ask about that. Is that because of Yomu? Is she... What was it? It was, what? 3.5... Yeah. Is Yomu just half a human, half a ghost? Is how we're counting her? I can understand it not being considered appropriate for elementary and middle school students. I mean, maybe this says a lot about, like, my time in middle school, but, like, I feel like that would, like, fly for my time in middle school, but yeah. Irina says hi. Who's Irina? I remember nothing got banned in my state. Like, high school, I was reading Berserk in class. Yeah, but, like... There's a lot of stuff that we would recognize as being ban-worthy, but that doesn't mean, like, it got past a lot of, like, people's attention with censorship, you know? The concept of teacher killing said hi long before Irina. Oh, is Irina from Assassination Classroom? Nier has some very fan service heavy scenes, especially including tentacles. Nothing to do with violence. Oh, okay, okay. Yes, Yoma as half ghost. Okay, cool. I always assume Texas or Florida because those states are always ban happy. Oh yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Like it makes sense to me. Yeah, I mean, like Florida man is a phrase for a reason. Okay. I think these are going to be the upgrade points. We're just like close enough to maxing her. Is there FUB in this game? I believe NR151 said that there was. I'm acting assuming that there is. I really hope so, given how we've upgraded. Yes, but it'll be long before he can enjoy it. Oh, okay, that's unfortunate. Okay, I am tempted to take E-Shooter off and switch her to Oni Nail, seeing as she already has. I'm pretty sure she has a bullseye. Yeah, she has a bullseye. Take E-Shooter off, switch her to Oni Nails to like lean into the tankiness she already has. And then, I mean, there's plenty of people who need like extra accuracy. I don't hate giving it to Alice. She was close a lot of times in that map. Was that? Oh, no. She needed more dodge. There are two different ones. One for EX points and one for normal upgrades. Yeah. That makes sense to me. We could give it to Reimu, too. We had to use... Let's give it to Reimu. I think that's fine. And then we'll remember to put the terrain jewel on. Night gem on Alice. You think so? I was gonna say we'll put the terrain gem on once we get to a map, but I guess are all these going to be night for a bit now that we're in the mansion? Yeah, I know what you meant when you said night gem. Also, California, I treat as an entirely different country because California is always doing and allowing weird stuff. Yeah, California does have a lot of really weird laws, like specifically around cancer. Basically, everything is marked as being a carcinogen because everything potentially has a little bit of the possibility of causing cancer because we just don't understand cancer really well. Oh, did you see that Nintendo's Shadow dropped Path of Radiance? What? What? Hold on a second. We gotta pause for this. Is it getting re-released? Wait, is it a remake or is it just like available like as a port now? GameCube game. Hold on. This is important. This is vaguely important to the channel because this is like what we'd be doing otherwise. GameCube game Fire Emblem Path of Radiance just dropped on Nintendo. Fascinating. Hold on. Okay. How much is it? Radiant has to be next. I mean, for sure. Okay. Great, I guess. All right, cool. There has to be Nintendo Online Wii first, unless there already is. I feel like there probably is. Is this a library? Seems like it. We barged straight in and wound up someplace weird. Actually, was this mansion this large from the outside? Good point. Now that you mention it, did we somehow walk into a basement level? This place rules, though. Its books are always its books all the way down. Yeah, it's a veritable mountain. Could someone even read this many? Oof, my head's spinning. That's because you don't read books to begin with. I'm getting excited. Me too. It's adventure time. Now, you two, be quiet when you're in a library. The sheer amount of books is mind-boggling. The living world has so many amazing places. Not only is the quantity boggling, there's plenty of variety too. This area seems to have books from the outside world. You're right, Gensokyo doesn't have many books with binding this good. What's this? Punch cards for dummies? Wow, this place really does cover all eras. What joke is this? Is that supposed to be a joke? Hey, this is boring. I want to move on. Don't be silly. We can't just turn around and walk out while we find a place this cool. Boring. Walk out. We're supposed to be investigating an incident, remember? Yes, and we're in enemy territory. Though, to be honest, I'm a bit curious about this place myself. There's many books around. Maybe I can find something about making unblooming cherry blossoms bloom. Making unblooming cherry blossoms bloom? It's a weird topic to study. Mistress's orders. I was investigating that when I met Reimu and Kane. Ah, that explains it. I suppose that means you came out empty-handed on your initial investigation? Sadly, yes. If the owner of this library is suitably accommodating, I may pay this place another visit later. Why do you think the instigators of this mist would be accommodating? In either case, that's a topic that will have to wait until after we've resolved this. I can't read this at all. Cyrano, the owner will get mad if you read their books without permission. It's fine, we came in here without permission anyway. You're missing the point. Still, I don't get this at all. I knew you were dumb, but now you're illiterate too? You try and read this then, it's harder than reading kanji. Whatever, give me that. What the heck? I can't read the chicken scratch at all. See, I told you so. Oh, shush. As long as it's not Japanese, I've got a justification. That's a grimoire, Reimu. A grimoire? Grimoires are books only magicians can create. They contain the secrets of using magic. No surprise you would be able to read it. This book discusses elemental magic. It's very high-level material. Perhaps the owner of this library is an expert in elemental magic. If you're that impressed, does that mean you're better than you and Marissa? Yokai live really long, so they can research for ages too. Of course to learn a few things. That's why I go for power over finesse. Nobody beats me in the firepower department. I have my own brand of magic as well. Wow, sounds like you both are eager students. Yep, I'm like a scholar, always hungry for more knowledge. The books around here are comparatively easier to read. Okay, I'll start with this one, and... Marissa, that's stealing. I'm just borrowing it till I die. You've got things you're looking for too, don't you? Come on, take them. How about you don't? That voice, are we under attack? Excuse me, I believe we're the ones under attack by you people. Could you please save your violence for places that aren't my library? About time. Are you the owner of the library? That's right, Nine. That's right. My name is Petulia Knowledge, and I'm here to show you the door. I assume this is Nintendo getting Fire Emblem talked about again, since the year will probably be Fortune Weave. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. I hope Fortune Weave is good. Yeah, me too. Fortune Weave has really potential from the UI we saw and the hopeful lack of Monastery. As long as they don't try to do multiple routes again, I have faith. I would be okay if we got like 2 routes, maybe. I feel like we're getting a Monastery. I feel like it's not going to be exactly like the Monastery, but like we saw the main character running around the town. Yeah. All right. Let's see what we're working with. I cannot wait to get annoyed at the map. Woohoo. At this map or like the map in Fortune Weave. Okay. Not here. It's check map. Yeah. Okay. This seems interesting. Okay. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing with any of them, so I guess we'll just send and we'll figure it out later. You're the invaders. Ragtag band indeed. Are you the one behind this incident? Your mist is getting out of hand. Could you put a lid on it, like, right now? The human village must not suffer any longer. I'm afraid it's out of my hands. I just live here. You'll have to take up any problems with the mistress. And how about stepping aside? We're pretty busy people, you know. Oh, certainly not. This place is basically my domain. Kawakuma, Kurumi, are you two ready? Yes, ma'am. Totally. 2 devils and reinforcement eyeballs and tongues? What are they doing here? Seriously, we already beat you up, Ellie. Hey, wait a minute. It's been a long time since we last met, Shrine Maiden and Magician. I'll be avenging Ellie. The tongued ghost and that devil. I kind of remember seeing that group before. You think so too, Reimu? That devil's name was... It was 2 or 3 syllables, and it sounded like something you'd eat, I think. Sashimi, cookie, no. Wow, I fought so hard, yet I've been forgotten. Lady Kurumi, compose yourself. Wow, she's defeated already, and all it took was an insult. Is that Devil an acquaintance of yours? Oh, I remember. She's the one who was with Ellie back then. I think her name was Kurumi? There's no time for chit-chat, you two. I presume you're prepared? That's right. Spirit pressure distribution is normal. All vertices have been deactivated. All right, start it up, Kurumi. Don't leave your station. Kawakuma, support her. Understood. EASIS systems. Safety disengaged. The heck? Some weird stones are firing out Danmaku. I've never seen inorganic objects fire Danmaku before. Danmaku's still Danmaku, though. We'll just dodge it. Yeah, what's to be scared of? They're not even moving. No, be careful. They might have other tricks up their sleeves. Is there a reason for that assertion? A magician is always fully prepared when in her own territory. I strongly doubt she'd show her whole hand in the opening round. Lady Patchouli, that blonde magician has good intuition. There's no need to be worried. Our magic circle won't be broken. Now that it's started up, the rest is up to you, Kurumi. Try not to screw this up. On it. Okay. Library map. Also, I forgot you. I want to see you be annoyed at that map. Great, okay. I think this map would be annoying to LTC. Oh, probably. Not that I'm doing that now anyway, but yeah. See Kawakuma. She is your resupplier number 1. Oh, interesting, okay. Defeat Patchouli, all odds of you to capture at least 2 spell cards. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so these gemstones are producing effects, it looks like. But we can't actually interact with them. I'm assuming that they're probably going to get modified by these. Large caliber mega laser cannon. Great. Oh, one thing I didn't notice is a lot more Let's Play streams of Y, even compared to 30. Some people even read all the dialogue out loud, like Time Warriors and Bring Stability. I mean, I'm glad it's getting attention. Maybe I'll have to look at those names, because like I was trying to find people who played the game. I've like not seen anything. Yeah, your Danmaku is all of this. Okay. Okay. You have a bomb. These are nothings. Interesting. They sure said capture at least 2 spell cards. Oh, she just has 2 on her. She just has 2 on her. Okay. She's not low HP though. That's not bad. I'm assuming she's going to get a lot more, but maybe we'll see. I feel like Kurumi is mid, very mid. Yeah. The +3 morale is like maybe a little spooky, but the fact that we can be adjacent to her and she's only got like her worst attack. Yeah, okay. Like Kurumi feel like anything that Kurumi is doing feels like it's largely based on her Danmaku right now. I am noticing that there is not a way to get to her actively, right? There's enough barrier going on that she is like stuck in place. Do these all have the same? They seem like they're the same unit. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So like that is safe. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I feel like with Marissa, you could probably burst through this fine if you had like planned this better. Like if you know what you were planning for, Marissa could probably do this fine. What? Okay. Well, my counting was off. That's fine. Interesting. Time Warrior is good. He is a vet like us, so explains the series like a battler really well to his audience. Oh, that's good. I believe he did 30, then replayed V, and now is doing Y currently. Okay, cool. Also, is Isis a Gundam reference? Is it? My tip, move forward, otherwise the map takes forever. Okay, I mean, like, we're pushing. I'm going to try to. Look, that Danmaku's position is shifted. What the heck? It's already so cramped. I'm bumping into things left and right. Maybe if you look where you were flying. That's kind of scary not knowing where the Danmaku will come from next, though. The stones have 5 different colors. We should probably expect it to shift again. Yes, we should be careful in case different stones start firing Danmaku. We seem to be struggling. The EISS system is doing its job. And so are you, Kurumi. Thank goodness. It's hard to get these things in the right order. Then stop wasting your breath and concentrate on operating it. Right. What's that, Balance? You're frowning. I was just thinking about the blonde demon over there was whispering about. There's something to do with these stone Danmaku. Does that mean we just need to destroy them? But we'll never reach them at this rate. I'm aware, but there must be some sort of rule governing them. Let's focus on the battle for now. Watch out for the enemy Danmaku. Oh, for access? Okay, sure. Okay, so like this one was on, so we're turning... Are we just alternating which ones are on, maybe? You know, it's got to be some kind of reference. Get into this game, like, I feel like a lot of Weeb games are, like, very, like, terms dense. I feel like killing this has got to be right. Okay, not bad. Let's place some balls. What the heck? Yeah, as much as you said this was a good intro to Touhou, I do feel like somewhat lost in what is going on. I don't know if that's just the nature of Touhou, that it wouldn't be better explained elsewhere. But I do gotta say, I'm like, I regularly do not feel like I've gotten the whole of things. It doesn't help how much time I've been away from the game. But a lot of things are references to SRW, like a character has sheep named after Gundam characters. Fascinating. Touhou does seem like a lot. Yeah, no, it does. It's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so you are in range. That's fine. We'll see if you actually get attacked or not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. They've not like hit anybody yet, so I mean they're doing two fire to Marissa. I think we're gonna try this anyway. We can just trust her if necessary. I also keep forgetting to like actually see what their attack looks like. Cool, okay. Yes, like having a nuclear generator in former Hell, it sounds like absolute nonsense. It's like having a nuclear generator in former Hell. What does that mean? I'm still low-key piecing together the jargon by context clues. I feel like this game needs what super modern-ish games have with clickable lore entries. Yeah, right? Like, I have complained endlessly about those being, like... They really assume that you have engaged with their content before. And, like, why are those there for anybody else? But I guess I'm on the other side of things now, playing these games and going like, oh yeah, no, that would be like actively, like that would be actively beneficial for me. And let's just try and evade. I think we'll be fine. No, we're not fine. That's okay. Like, what is former hell? Why a nuclear generator? It's a thing. No idea why. Yeah, that feels that. That's a lot of nonsense words there. Okay, good to know. Oh, these are lasers also. We did not need to guard with Rumia. I do know I gotta get back to watching more Double O Gundam with a friend. We got through season 1. I can't wait for her to react to the innovator names. The innovator names in that show are really good. I've got a friend who has committed to watching Gundam with me soon. I'm very excited for him to start watching it. The experience of someone playing a Super Wars game only for like one Gundam series, or because Code Yes. And yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. Like I could go to the library. I do know that's true, but it's just like, yeah, like I want to do it in the moment rather than having to like write it down or like try to like recontext it. Yeah. Okay. I was curious about this, that like once now we're in impassable terrain, we are stuck. Oh, okay. So she could presumably move out the, oh yeah. Okay. I see. We are allowed to move from impassable terrain. We just can't move into it. I think that's better than this getting cut in half through blocking. Not exactly in half, but you know. Also, it looks like we've not exactly... It looks like we've not exactly gone for just switching. So maybe there's 3 sets of rotated, like... There might be 3 rotations of the Danmaku fields. Yeah. I want to say Z, but it could have been earlier. I don't think Alpha 3 had it. Yeah. Yeah, like I don't fault them for not having it. But it's definitely a feature I did not understand the value of for a bit, and now I definitely see the value a little bit more, you know. I mean, it does not work probably in Y either, at least for me, it sometimes bugs out. Yeah, and like there are also elements that should be marked in Y that just super are not. Yeah, so it's like it's definitely not perfect. That's a real shame. Didn't somebody get hit? No? Okay. Well, yeah, I see the problem. Okay. That's fine. Cool. Well, let's bet on which color will be next. I bet sure will be white. I think it'll be green. I'll bet a rare frog. Don't offer stuff nobody else wants. I bet my rocket pencil on black. Hey, don't just leave all the things to Alice. You all need to help figure this out too. Keep it up, Lady Kurumi. You're doing great. Thanks, Koakuma. Redirecting all my magic is really hard. Circulating the enemy's magic? The 5 color stones that ultimately firing Danmaku. I get it, so that's the gimmick. Wait, what? You've actually figured out the gimmick? Yes, the magic circle uses the entire library. By cycling magical energy around, you can use less of it while keeping the magical circle stable. I getcha. So basically, they keep swapping magic power around between the stones. But Devil mentioned circulating magic energy was what sealed it for me. Can you also tell me what color of stones that Danmaku will come from next? Yes, with the elements carried by the magical stones and their elemental affinities, it's possible to deduce the order. I predict that the Danmaku will disappear from the red stone and start coming from the black stone. So she hit the nail on the head. What do we do now, Patchy? They figured out the gimmick. You were the one who's let it slip to begin with. Good grief, this is why I hate babysitting. Okay, so since the blonde girl figured it out, can I take a break from generating Danmaku? What nonsense is this? You were the one who gave it away and screwed up the balance of powers to start with. Take responsibility and work like a mule. But I'm already so tired. All right, now that the secret's out, I grant you that you're quite capable since you made this magical circle. It's a shame your planning was so slapdash in comparison. You took a good game, if nothing else, but do you think you can make it with me, the street performer magic of yours? You're failing to give my dolls proper credit. Fine, I'll teach you a lesson myself. Let's go, Shanghai. Shanghai! Wait, that doll wasn't just a mascot? This is why you should always keep a trick up your sleeve. The same move can always be drastically more effective when applied properly. Danmaku is all about brains. That's common sense. Alice has gained the Shanghai doll weapon. Cool. Here's the long range she was talking about before. Revive Regina sounds normal compared to Bring Stability. Bring Stabity. They're yeah, no, the names are wild. Also Patchy the pirate. Yeah. Yeah, it does take 120 morale. But like finally though, because we actually have something to use, like do with her. This is why she has Danmaku Brain. Sure. Is this the skill we don't have yet? Or do you mean MP save? Because MP save, this also makes sense for MP save. Actually, I think my favorite mashup of Gundams in SOW, if they ever would do it, would be IBO, G Reconquista, X, and Turn A. Yeah, like most of those are very wild together. Okay. So she said red was turning off. She gets to go later. That's fine. That's okay. Healer. Okay, cool. Trust will affect both units in a pair. That sounds cool. Does that also give you the ability to put things in pairs? Okay, well, I guess we can't move. I would love the Isekai Gundam show in the Super Wars game too. Yeah. It would fit with how much we like. We should just slap it into X's DLC like way after the fact. Also, it has SD Gundam Gundams. I like SD Gundam Dragons. What has SD Gundam Dragons? Or just you were saying they'd be a good add-on to it. Build Divers Re-Rise has so many cool mech. Oh, right. I forgot that you all told me that there was an Isekai Build Divers. I was not clocking what I was like sitting here trying to quietly think what the Isekai Gundam was. I'm like, what are we talking? Is this cuck that I don't remember about? But yeah. Just missed X by a year. Yeah. No, I know X. I know X. That's what I was saying. Just make a DLC for it now, right? Like, why just have DLC? Why can't X get DLC? Next, the yellow stones will stop at Danmaku, and the green stones will activate on Sunset. Okay, so she's just gonna tell us everything. Okay. Build Divers Re-Rise has an SD Gundam. Got it. We're gonna go here. This gets Marissa attacked twice, but that's okay. We can heal her. I know she cares about having low HP, but a lethal amount low is not helpful. Have a sense. A little bit overkill, but that's okay. Totally fine. Yeah, I understand now why you were saying about the frustrations with this map, but I could foresee this being if I knew how to plan this better, like if I knew what the cycle was, I could foresee this looking really impressive. That's fine. Yes, this is within expectations. Okay. Essential Crime SD Gundam aren't featured aside from the 3DS games. Yeah, it is really weird how much they've sort of been like sequestered off into the remote corner. Yep, that's fine. Next, the white stones will stop its unlock when the red stones will activate. Okay. Okay, so they'll be free then after this. But red will be up next. Okay. We're gonna go back once. No, because if we're here, then we need to be on this side of it to like actually skip over its range. Okay. Yeah, I could see why this would be frustrating. This is like a little bit butts, but like for me, I don't want to see C-O-O and Wing. I feel like I've seen them too much in English releases. That's why I've played. Wing especially. Also with May, I think her name was, oh, you shot me down, you face my mobile doll form next. Is this the woman that owns the like Gundam, like the sheep named after Gundam or whatever you said it was? Okay, we're gonna have you go this way. Because this is gonna turn off next turn. This is good enough. Well, I guess it's not. That's fine. Oh, I didn't mean to use sense. That's okay. Have a game. Have a bullseye. Okay, not doing a lot. That's fine. Gracious. There's a reason those Gundams aren't insanely popular in Japan. I mean, yeah, for sure. I would like to see Touhou. Hold on. We want to persist. Yeah, I've not seen Touhou in a game at all, other than I think we got black will stop and yellow will activate. Okay. I think we did. Was Setsuna in? I think Setsuna was in the part of SD that we played. There's a reason there's a lack of Gundam X, even SD Gundam G-Gen. Touhou hasn't been featured outside of its movie since 3DS games. The actual series was only ever in the Z series. Which surprises me. I feel like, it came out right when I was like right at the right time for it, but I feel like I've seen it a lot. May is an AI with human rights that lives inside a mobile doll, looks like a girl. She can fight in that form. Got it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think this is way more of a priority. Have a bullseye. Get out of here. Yeah, this map feels like it would be very good. Like it would be very good to have like a notes page open telling you what's switching when, you know. If we get X again, I hope they do not do it like in R. Your description made it sound awful, like genuinely trash. Yeah, no, it was like roughly unplayable. I'm sorry for making it sound so bad, but also like it just was. But like I'm also really harsh on units, I think, more so. Oh, you do move. Okay, well that's good to know. Honestly, I feel kind of out of my element, but as long as it's for Lady Patchouli, I'll be glad to muster that meager magic I have. You must have a lot of respect for your mistress. I know what it's like, believe me. That doesn't mean I'll stand down. Next, the green stones will stop, and the white stones will activate. Okay, man. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like, because I don't like to wait, they definitely ended up being a lot worse than they had to be. Like, in my estimation, though. It's also kind of why I hate the movie. It just means it's all 00 Gundam ever gets kind of like EW, plus the movie does my boy Graham dirty. Yeah. Yeah, when I feel like that's true for any of these, that like whenever there's a movie version, whenever there's a non-series version, that's all we ever get. Like it's the same reason why we only ever get Endless Waltz too, right? X is in Alpha Gaiden. It's done super interesting. There is a moon mechanic and everything. Oh, sick. Okay. I think I just want to see the guys who we don't see often. Agreed. I've never played R, so I went with your description. I'm glad I can give you some information. I hope it wasn't too biasing. Bosses use spirit commands. Did you get what you wanted? You asked for that, remember? Oh yeah, no, for sure, absolutely. You haven't heard me complain about it. Have you heard me complain about it at all? I don't think so. You're the one producing the MP drain, right? Yeah, gotta be. Awful. Yeah, Nadeshko, Prince of Darkness, like, again, both another piece of content that is awful in R, and also the like, yeah, all we can ever do is exactly one instance of this thing existing. I just wanted to be cheeky. Oh no, I appreciate the cheek. You're all the cheek is welcome and invited. It happened to Frontier, although Frontier dominated before the second movie came out for it. What's Frontier for? I don't recognize that name. That's fine. Nice dodge. Counterpoint, Prince of Darkness has better mechs. I mean, yeah, no, for sure. Like, that's what I was going to say. Like, I do think those upgrades were kind of necessary. Yeah, we're just going to defend. Oh, I feel like magic power being sucked away. Are you doing it? I'm able to gather magic power, yes. I'm a devil after all. Though I don't really know how to make use of what I gather. Well, you're in the way anyway. I'll beat you up first. I feel like they meant to say succubus, but they weren't allowed to. I like the Black Serena. Well, the Ice Devalises in W are better before Prince of Darkness. Fascinating. Okay. I definitely will want to play W at some point with like like doing the Ice Keys route. Because we aren't using them at all. And that's fine. We'll still get her out of the Danmaku range. Yeah, I'm curious how they work. But yeah, like the Black Serena should by all rights be very good. Okay, we haven't got to see this yet, so let's see what this looks like. Also, Deshka was in a lot of games, just VTX only had Prince of Darkness. Yeah, I do feel like I'm surprised how many games it is in. I did not realize it was quite as, like, ubiquitous. Hey guys, has Escaflowne ever gotten in? It is in one game. It's in Compact. That same friend that I'm going to show Gundam, he really loves Escaflowne. That's how I'm like going to try and get him into Super Robot Warriors. Is like, here, play Compact. It has exactly Escaflowne is only in Compact once. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I do know that it is in a Compact. I think it's in Compact too. I don't think it shows up in any other game. Oh, 3. Sorry, 3. Yeah. I was close though. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, the Deshko is a good unit. Yeah, I mean, like, I think generally they are. The nature of how the, oh, she got focus. That's so good. She needed that really badly, I think. The nature of how the, like, wave antenna array works does just mean that they are kind of going to, like, take over your team, so you kind of want to commit to all of them. So, like, at least for the first playthrough on stream where I want to see a lot of different units, does really make sense. Right, yeah, Rayearth should have also been an X. I'm glad that Rayearth is getting some more rep now. Oh, yeah, no, I know you meant the battleship. I knew you meant the battleship, but, like, a lot of its choices are still going to, interesting. A lot of the choices, it's good on its own, but it is great when you have the rest of the team for it to support. Finally, Magic Mirror is doing something. Your magic imitates stars, I see. Yeah, it's flashy and pretty. It's what my magic's all about. One must have chaos within them to produce dancing stars. What manner of chaos do you possess with you? Huh? The heck are you talking about? Granted, people tell me my room is chaotic, but still. Rayearth's gotten T. Yes, right. I used Rayearth primarily when I was playing T. That's who I used. Like, one of the characters I used the most. Yeah, for as much as X is an isekai, like, I wish they would have committed to that isekai a little bit more. Okay. Like, Rayearth even clearly reuses the menus from the Zelgard. Yeah. It's so funny to me how much, like, asset reuse is so common now when, well, that's not good. Okay. When, like, the three Game Boy titles use the same series and use different assets. Like, it's wild. Alert and well, let's see what her attack looks like. At least they have somewhat low HP. We can probably clean them up quickly. Maybe. Just as soon as we like, actually get our units over here. Yeah, just wish we got UAC besides Choice Counterattack and Original Trilogy. Yeah, no, it would be nice. There's a lot of Universal Century content that we could be getting, and we just do not ever. Yeah. Or like, yeah, like give us some like the weird side stuff. Put some of the like put the blue units in things. Put Blue Destiny in. That would be cool. I'd be down with that. Shin Matsunaga, Johnny Raiden, make them more playable characters. Have they ever gotten into a Super Robot Wars game? Oh yeah, no. I don't mind asset reuse. I just it feels in the same way that I was comparing TCGs and gachas to just having this like expectation that we're going to try and cater to like whaling. That just assuming that we're allowed, like assuming that we're going to have gacha or not gacha asset reuse, and just like it seems like in the past that was not taken for granted at all. That they would like actively choose to avoid doing that. Yeah, like the Titan units around the Hazel, that would also be a good choice too. Or like Zeonic Front. Raiden and Shin, nope, that's so sad. Next, the Yellowstones will stop and the Greenstones will activate. Okay. We definitely are taking this Ghost out this turn. So her movement looks so weird. Okay, hold on. You do have P defeat. Okay. Also, the ESS Gundam provides you can change pilots. I really like the EXS and Genesis. I really do like when you can change. I really like when you can change characters around on amount, but not like gratuitously. I like the like amount of variable choice. So like, I do think how SRW does it is pretty successful in my mind. But I also get why it might not be for like everybody. Okay, that puts you at 126. You need. I guess we could move closer. Right, we could do this and do Stardust Reverie. Okay. I'm just afraid that she will. No, we can still. We've got plenty of crust we could be using. Like Fawn, the Mazinger, SKL, and the Getter guys would be pure chaos together. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we need more Fawn Spock. But yeah, no, I like Bernie and Chris really need to be present. I'm always so sad whenever they make Bernie just this like miserable to train, like absolutely impossible to use character. I understand why, but it makes me sad. Based on your appearance, I presume you're a devil. Yes, I am. Why? So devils do reside in Gensokyo. I have no idea how you came to be here, though. Well, given that the magician has shown, I guess you would be able to summon her own minions. I am not a minion. I assist Lady Patchouli because I want to. Huh, that's odd. I never would have expected your mistress to be all that popular. Okay. You are going to take a trust from Daiosei. I think we're just waiting on that for next turn. You come out here so we can start having this combat happen. And Dai, yes, Dai can heal her then afterwards. Okay, perfect. Nope, not that far. We want to go one less skin. Okay. I suppose having a game that stops at 83 could work, since the Gundam would be power crap too much. Yeah, I think that would be fine. Like, just make the nuke actually feel like a nuke, and then we're good. Yeah, I would prefer that. I mean, I think all of us are just like trying to argue any logic to get us from using charge counterattack another time. You know? If we crit, I think we're default. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, we don't have enough for sense yet. Okay. So we have that next turn. Hold on. Actually, we should figure out what her range is first. Oh, she has. Okay, no, she's got 6 range. I think we're just gonna wait here, and then we can have Reimu come in and attack next turn. We can probably clean up Koakuma. Yeah, we can probably clean up Koakuma next turn. That's fine. I feel like Fawn would work like an anti-hero team. He is very chaos energy. Like SKL boys get turned down a bit. Yeah, like we do need these games to not quite so heavily make everyone like generic good boy hero kind of character all the time. It feels like we get that a lot. Oh, you get trusted too. Okay, cool. Yeah, we definitely need to get out the other woman. This is fine. Next, white will stop and red will activate. Okay. So we can get up there close. We won't be all the way though. Oh, we left her in range of the green one. Darn it. Okay. I think Lelouch and Char are probably the most gray where we're gonna go. I agree. I think that's probably just true. I think this is fine. Hey, you, want to come with me tonight? Huh, where'd this come from? It's just, you look like one of those secretaries from the outsider world, right? And presidents have their kind of banter with secretaries, right? Lady Patchouli would never say such vulgar things. But it'd be nice if she asked me to join her for some things, like reading books and... Oh, she dropped her guard. Now's the time to attack. Cool. Okay, how are we handling over here? I guess like this is probably fine. Bullseye, yeah. Sure. I see why you were frustrated by this stage. I don't know if I'm frustrated. I feel like I'm just not, like, I'm not giving it its best showing, you know? That's lame. We're gonna do that twice just to be safe. Darn, we would have been fine if we had moved Rainbow just a little bit. I was not paying attention to which stones were changing. This blocks everything. Yeah, because of magic barrier. We do lose MP for that, but that's okay. We'll try and dodge it, and then... Great. I guess we'll guard too, because we're not really doing anything else. Okay. Yeah, she gets trusted. I think we may as well, like, try to hit. Are you another Marissa and Rainbow's old friends? You all seem to know each other. We're not friends. We just fought a bit in the past. Just fought a bit, huh? Knowing Marissa and Rainbow, it was probably pretty one-sided. Next, black will stop. And yellow will, okay. But she's the one that's been casting trust on people. Yeah, she is. Okay. Okay, I just gotta do Z at some point because... Oh. Sorry, I apologize that I've, like, in some amounts checked out of the conversation that y'all are having because you're talking about a game that I just have not played yet, so I've got nothing much I can contribute. Oh, Marissa's out of MP. That's going to be a problem. That's worse because there's movement there. Okay. Okay, we can try and focus again. We're going to try and do the same thing we did last time. There we go. Thank goodness. Lady Patchouli, I'm sorry. We do gotta, I gotta remember to land Marissa more. We're gonna keep her here because black's turning off next turn so she can move all the way up there. Okay. That's fine. I am suffering from Kurumi a little bit. Yes, I would agree. That's true. How's this healing? And how's this guard? And I know we shouldn't actually need to get healed, but that's fine. He's also a series that fixes Shin to a lot of people and gives Kira talking to. I do remember us talking about that before we were talking about Shin. I can safely say I'm happy SRW isn't like this. This map is for sure an experience. Yeah, like I am a little devil. That's right, I'm a devil. Be afraid. Wait, I thought I carried some garlic in case situations like this. Garlic, that doesn't really bother me, you know? I only have these shishito peppers with me. These shishito peppers? Huh, these work? They made me flinch ever since I ate a really spicy one. Shishitos are really delicious. If you don't know about them, they're very funny. They're kind of like the prank jelly beans. Like, 1 out of every 6 of them is super spicy, and then the rest of them are just not. Next green will stop, and white will activate. Yeah, right. So I don't think this would be that bad if I wasn't just like an absolute buffoon. I am like actively not playing into the stones well. Not because I'm like trying to do it badly. I'm just, if I want to try and pay attention to chat, I'm like not actively thinking about where they are. And seeing as I've not played it before, I don't like necessarily know exactly what directions they're going to be. Like I can kind of guess. So I guess over here, I guess like it looks like they're all T shapes. But like I'm definitely making it worse than it has to be. So I could see this happening, but yeah, like I also think this would I would not be quite so like, oh, that's fun. If this was literally every map, I would be probably exhausted by this if this was every map. But every once in a while, a gimmick like puzzle kind of like this, I don't think is bad. This is for Ellie. Ellie, you mean that twirly cornet hair? Yep, her. I work hard every day to make sure that twirly hair. Hey, wait. You're making fun of Ellie. I won't hold back now. Nor these maps are not the norm. But these games do a lot of things. Yeah, like I do generally like this style of thing. Right? I think this, oh boy. That's fine. Why are you staring at me like this? Do I have a green erase on my face? No, I'm just wondering about the strong magic I can feel emanating from you. And with what you said earlier, perhaps these traps will cease functioning once you've been defeated. That's just silly. I know nothing about the ESS thingy. Is that a fact? Yeah, I like this game continues to be, oh man, like it will be cool when I can the game. And I think a lot of that is gonna come from like second playthroughs. Right? That I think this game benefits pretty tremendously from having knowledge about it already. Because like these, like I've said my piece about the floor tiles, but a lot of these gimmicks feel like they are, they feel really attached to knowing about them, but not in a way that like knowing them stops them from like happening at all, you know? Oh, she could have unfocused. That was bad of me. Right, like that. Yeah, like I for sure have the chat debuff. I'm also like this on this map. It's annoying. I just try to focus on Kawakuma. Yeah, we're like, again, right, like that's what I'm thinking. If I had a better sense of how like what cycle the colors went in, I could have figured out how to like rush to Kawakuma a little bit better. And like saved us just so much time. Oh, she also has sense. That's rough. Okay. Even at, okay. Right. Good. Yeah. I would not go where you are with Kurumi undefeated. Well, whoops. Agree. I think messing around with odd one off maps, it keeps it interesting. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like these two got locked here because I just was not thinking about like the order of things. But like, right, we need someone to break that first. You do that here. Okay, so Bullseye does not supersede the Flash. Okay, that's cool. Alert. Whoa, that wall's all broken. What? Why are you looking over there? I'm right here. Oh, something big must have happened to make that wall break like that. Was there an earthquake? You see that wall. Wait, cut that out and fight me already. Right, like I feel like I'm missing something there. I feel like I'm missing a reference to a part of the like game that this came from. Just wait until you get to the strike, flash, persist modifiers on spell cards. Things can be rough. That sounds fucking brutal. No, my word. Awful. Thank you. Ah, one of the devils has been defeated. Yeah, no surprises there. How's that for a reunion? Oh, it's gonna hurt real bad if I stay any longer. As long as I get away, I win. Oh wait, if you leave your station, the Danmaku's disappeared. I guess that demon was the key. It's a bit sad to see it gone now that we've managed to figure it out. At least now we have nothing left to obstruct us. It's a blessing to have good subordinates, huh? Our shot at this has got a lot better. I wasn't relying on her to begin with. She's not one of mine after all. This just means I can't sit back and relax. I'll handle the rest myself. I assume that means she's gonna start moving too. And we do have a bomb now too. Okay, cool. We can dispel whatever her spell cards are gonna do. Just wait until you get the Strike Flash Persist modifier. Is it gonna be this map? Sakuya scenario is the answer to the wall and unlocks completion of Scarlet. Okay. Oh, I guess we still never killed this Grimoire. Well, maybe we'll leave out. We'll just have Alice go do that. Alright. You could do this easily. What's your range? 8? Gracious. This is your best accuracy, but that's probably gonna... Nah, that's probably correct. Okay. Cool. Kind of sad that outside of Sakuya arc, all other extra stereos are post-game. That is kind of sad. Yeah, that's definitely disappointing. You, in the red and white, huh? I've had enough of you getting rowdy in my library. Each book in this library is worth 2 years of donation at your shrine. What? 2 years worth of my shrine's donations? So your library's not worth much then. Make that 10 years. Okay. You can heal here. Okay. We should have moved Devastan with me. We should have moved Rainbow back. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna move everyone down and just to see if we can get her to move. I don't know if it's better if she has moved, but okay, she does not look like she does. 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, she is full moving. You heal Diose. You heal Reimu. Yeah, I guess no one, like, I don't know what I'm waiting for. No one has, like, actively safe attacks on her. Okay. Yeah, so we just need to set up people that have, like, support defense. That's bad. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Marissa would be ready. Okay, that's not changing our movement at all. Confound her low energy. We might start spending on Marissa's energy if now that I know that now that I know that the buffs from like full completion aren't going to be there for a while. I find it kind of weird that my introduction to this genre was the Yu Yu Hakusho game. Yes. Yu Yu Hakusho Tournament Tactics. I do really want to play that. I've got that on my computer right now too. Is Petula getting headbutted? Probably. The game does get difficult at points, but most stages are defeatable enemies. The game was based on the Dark Tournament arc. It does allow some grinding. Yeah. Yeah, right. Doesn't it start on the boat too? The power of nature dwells within fairies. You possess a particular mysterious power. What do you mean? The power to heal people is like the fairies of certain legends. You happen to live in a spring? I live in a lake. What does that matter? I'm just curious. Don't mind me. Rissa goes through energy real fast, especially with the Maka power. Yeah. She can regain energy? Like right now, or that's just a thing that she will be allowed to do at some point? Well, compared to SRW, I think it is sometimes a little harder than VXT, but I think with your SRW experience, it wouldn't be as hard. I was like 12 when I played it. Yeah, like it's like, from what I understand, it's like a good starter tactics game. Okay, so anywhere Reimu moves, we can heal because it's gonna be the same. Okay. We can alert there. This is extremely long-range fire. It's hard to close in through it. Of course, there's no way to let such a dangerous sword get anywhere near. There's no way I'll let such a dangerous sword get near me. However, your movements are sluggish, unlike Marissa's, so it'll be a battle to see whether I can get into striking distance. Here I come. Yeah, I'm assuming like once we actually get around to hitting this woman, she's probably going to crumple pretty quickly. I guess, hold on, we never actually looked at her. Magic barrier, okay. Oh, magic barrier uniquely hers. Nullify damage taken from all attacks up to 1750. Awful, okay. Magician level 3 increases attack accuracy and strength of magic barrier based on skill level. Okay, cool. And ignore distance, that works well with her snipe. Agni Shine. Well, everyone regains 5 MP. Oh, I know. Yeah, but just like a more dramatic game. Was close to my first SRPG, Fire Emblem 7, just beat it out. Yeah, I mean, Fire Emblem 7 is like a feels like a core starter for a lot of people. Yikes, okay. Look at the forecast. Please stop attacking at damage multipliers here. I'm sorry. I'm not, like I said, I'm not used to having, like, not a feature I'm used to having to be able to look at. For what it's worth, though, like, yeah, like, minus the sense, I probably still would have made the attack, to try and, like, burn down the barrier. Like, there was a unit that had hard-hitting movement that don't use energy and has very good range, and the game allows you to charge energy when you're around. I guess, yeah, like, having the, like, Shonen Pro Tag style characters where you can probably just, like, sit and, like, charge up would benefit these kind of games. I know SRWY is the first game with a damage forecast, but please read the UI you are given. I mean... Like I said, it's going to be a minute for you to get back into these. I see it now, though. I do see it now. Yeah. One, two, three, four, five. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Like, Yusuke fully upgraded could hit like 10 spaces around him with just a spirit. I mean, I'm sure they made Yusuke busted. That's interesting. Oh, I guess because her shade, I guess because she's reduced enough damage with the attack from going into support. Interest. Oh no, it was Dai that got attacked, and she was in the boat at that point. That makes sense. Yeah. But the real question should be how strong was Kuwabara? Yeah, correct. Or like, I mean, I feel like letting you use Hiei or like full upgrade, like fully unleashed Karama would also be like hunk and busted. Okay. Yeah, that's not surprising. This is probably going to be good. Time for Rumia to Nightbird her. She has her AC drop. Yeah. Okay. I guess based on you saying that, that's going to answer a question. I was resistant to dropping her stats. I did not clock this, but does she like? We're clearly going to take this HP bar out and drop to another spell card. Does she lose her stat debuffs when she changes spell cards? Right, because I want to save the Nightbird. Not that we actually even get there. I don't think. No, we can. We weren't gonna rest. Right, I want to save the accuracy debuff until it's actually going to stay for a full HP bar. EA is always busted Yu games because fan favorite and more accurate. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Why? Okay. Does this have Pierce? No. Listen, I'm trying to read here. What does this mean? Why is it crossed out? Is it just that means we're over the damage threshold? It must be that we're just over the damage threshold. I guess what's the worst? We use it now and we learn whether it does stay or not. I supersede the barrier. Okay. Yeah, okay. I mean, we'll try. We'll see what this. I'm just worried that applying this now means we're going to waste it for an HP bar. What are you doing here? You don't look like the type to do anything, to go anywhere with an objective in mind. That's just how things turned out. Besides, it's not like I lose anything from sticking around. I suppose ragtag bands can also help. I suppose ragtag bands can also have entirely disparate goals, or lack thereof. Kuwabara, from what I remember, has only 4 to 5 moves, but he could hit hard by the end game. You could have multiple characters from the Dark Tournament you fought on the roster. You could even have Hiei's sister as you know. That's really funny. Yeah, so she has. Okay, just clock it. We can see it's marked right now. There's no reason we shouldn't. Just want to say it out loud. It's there. You overread that she sheds debuff. You overread that she sheds debuff spell breaking. What? I wasn't saying that she did. I just wasn't sure. I was just asking. Or are you saying that you sent it and I missed it? Because if you sent it, I did not see it. It's not showing up for me. Fairies possess the power of nature. I see you have the power of ice in you. Yeah, are you jealous? Of course not. With elemental magic utilizes the power of spirits and fairies. Fairies are more akin to grunts. How dare you make fun of us? I suppose this much isn't enough to stop you. It's about time I borrow the full power of spirits. Stay sharp. There's power gathering all around her. Now you're gonna call him the actual thing, huh? This magic should be fitting for a group of troublemakers like you. Maybe the might of all purifying water will teach you some respect. Okay, yeah, so it does look like you read the message and she loses them. Fascinating. Yeah, no, that super is not here on my chat. I believe you. Oh, that's really interesting. Okay, so I switched my chat views. In one of my views for chat, it doesn't have it. If by default, it sets me to top. By default, it sets me to top. If I go to live chat, it does have she loses them, but it doesn't have that otherwise. That's so fascinating. I was gonna tease you. I'm like, oh man, you told me about the barrier, but you didn't tell me about the question that I asked. It's really funny. Always live chat. Now I know. Why is that the default by? Why is it set by the top by default? That's lame. Like on normal Toger, is that hard? Yeah, I don't know what that is supposed to do then. Like on normal, Toger isn't that hard of a final fight, but I think the limit, you use 5 to 6 characters on the map. That feels also unfair because it's supposed to be one-on-one. That's dumb. Yeah, I know it. Yeah, no, it's super dumb. Looks like we're learning lots of things today. Okay. Water sign Princess Undyne turn 1. Allegedly, it filters out spam. Okay. No, it is one-on-one, but okay. Weird. Well, now I know. So as far as I'm reading, Water Sign Princess Undyne is just a really potent Danmaku effect. That's not. Yeah. That's what I was gathering. But you told me to make sure I was reading the UI, so I was slowing down to read the UI. I mean, unless it's plot, it's one-on-one, but every map is hard to 6 characters. Got it. Okay, so we can sense here to... Hold on. We could use Gang Gang Orbs here and get the support off of Nitori. Or we can Fantasy Seal. I think I would rather get the support. That feels more relevant. Yeah. Okay. Why not go to 1 space? I mean, if we're going to get close, like, right, like, here we're going to go to 1 space to get the extra damage. But the problem also with reading UI is you're worried about keeping a good pace reading, being able to date with chat, and filling that air. Yeah, no, 100%, right? Like, if it, like, to be fully clear, if I was playing this on my own, this is exactly the time where I would go and, like, walk around, like, maybe I'd go outside for, like, 15 minutes, like, go get a drink, go get a snack, and then come back and, like, come and figure this out. Oh, thank you, though. I appreciate that. Here's the like, other side of the end. Here's the enviable parts of it. You all remind me of stuff that I've been forgetting. I super forgot that scan was damage, like, changes damage in this game. Okay, cool. Right, so we go here. Hold on. Nullifies penalties. Oh yeah, that's the same thing. Okay. Yeah. We do essentially 4 brains. Yeah, I mean, kinda, yeah. We also haven't seen what her attacks look like. We should do that. Makes it hard to miss stuff. Not impossible, but it helps. Yeah. Like, we're never gonna miss anything, but that also means that, like, there's plenty of things that I'm going to miss that's gonna be, like, really apparent when I miss it, because there's 3 other people who didn't. Scan stays on even if she spell breaks. Okay, that's good enough. Thank you. That makes sense to me because it's a spirit rather than just like a passive floating effect. But it's fair. I mean, yeah, it could have just as easily disappeared. I don't know why one of those feels more intuitive than the other. But I'm gonna bullseye here just to be safe. Okay, speaking of reading the UI, is there anything I'm missing here that tells me the UI of that? I guess like we can see this here, right? So like getting the support attack off of NA doesn't actually matter. But like there's nowhere on this UI that tells me that first pyramid's gonna get blocked by the barrier, right? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, so I think we're probably just safe to magic missile. I'm gonna bullseye this because we're gonna miss it knowing how I go otherwise. I do not believe you can see damage on sport. Like that's fine. But like I still want to call this because it still drains her energy. I think you would enjoy the Yu Yu Hakusho game. I just read Yu Yu Hakusho at the end of last year, so like I do really like that series still. That said, it's pretty relaxing. Does not match my vibes very much, if you haven't noticed. But I mean, if you're relaxed being here, I'm heckin' glad it's that I'm fighting my very nature and you can enjoy it. Okay, that's fine. I guess we can have Dai move in and heal her now. Yeah, it seems fine. Yu Yu Hakusho not vibing with you isn't shocking. I mean, like the series vibes with me. I like the series a lot, but yeah, like I suspect the game probably would be, you know, the show shows its age in a number of ways. Oh no, I definitely didn't watch the show. I 100% read the manga. Togashi's art style is incredible. This looks like a spell from Valkyrie Profile. Yeah, it does. You're right. Okay. If you aren't the culprit, then you couldn't just let us pass through. Things are never that easy. Heroes have to undergo labors. I get that, but people are suffering. This needs to end fast. You speak of efficiency when this is all a game. A labor is just an essential part of the game. Spare me the semantics. Here I go. Okay, cool. All right, it's broken. Look more closely, Marissa. The magician's still looking fine. Are you kidding me? He's been using magic left and right. Maybe when you read a lot of books, it improves how much spiritual power you can store up. Elemental magic lets you preserve as much power as you can borrow from the elemental spirits. The trade-off is that it's pretty jank. You have to keep swapping between elements. How tedious is that? Why borrow power from elemental spirits when you can just use your own? That's way more satisfying anyway. You clearly need to read up more. Using a single element doesn't qualify something as elemental magic. By making use of the interaction between the 7 elements, the power of each and every one of them is complemented and amplified. Complementation and amplification through interaction. Intersection? Interaction. Combining opposing elements cancels out their weaknesses, while combining synergistic elements improves their strengths. It makes sense on paper, but controlling them all together is no mean feat. Fire represents activity, and its intensity is amplified by wood's power of awakening. Learning the true essence of elemental magic as my raging flames consumes you. I did not read that correctly, that's fine. I'm curious by their, like, elements system here. Right, because like, this is using, like, slightly, like, the traditional element system, fire, wood, wind, and water is clearly not what we're doing here. Maybe it's those four. Oh, sorry, and metal is the fifth one, so maybe light and dark are 6 and 7. Yeah. I just mean the game with your skills would probably be a breeze for you. Never tried on hard difficulty. I appreciate the compliment, considering I've just like failed so much in this stream, but that quite possibly the case. Yeah, the game definitely is one of those anime games that were a dime a dozen back then. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of Naruto games that were like that too. I did miss the amount of games we got in 2000. It feels like we got so much less than if we do. They are arena fighters with the exception of a game like Sandland. Oh man, I forgot that Sandland got a game. But yeah, it feels like everything's an arena fighter now. I really liked Eyes of Heaven though. I really liked the JoJo arena fighter. That was a lot of fun. I just wish I had someone to like actually play it with, right? Because like playing against the CPU is only so fun. She will now burn wood. That's all she said. Oh yeah. But like she said there were 7. She just said there were 7 elements, so I was just like trying to think about what they were. We made Kill la Kill an arena fighter. Oh, I forgot about that. We super did do that, didn't we? This is not gonna go well, yeah. And we only have 1 bomb, so we're gonna save that for next turn. Yeah, even Hunter x Hunter being a 3v3 arena fighter is a waste. Okay, so like, I hate how often Hunter x Hunter is compared to hold on a second, wait, let me think about this first. 1, 2, 3, we're gonna go here. We could guard. Here, let's do this. We at least get some damage in. If I'm facing a magician, I may be able to get through this okay. And why would you be so confident? I've been hanging around magicians all the time lately. I'm used to magic damakus by now. I'd appreciate you not putting my magic on the same level as theirs. Have a taste of it, then rethink your view. Okay, totally fine. I hate when Hunter x Hunter is compared to like just quote unquote regular battle shonen. Because gracious is it not? Go back and read or go back and watch anytime that there is a fight in Hunter x Hunter, tell me that fight wasn't decided before they walked into the arena. As soon as there is a conflict in Hunter x Hunter, it's basically decided upon immediately, and it's just seeing how it's played out. But like, find me a Hunter x Hunter fight that is not one-sided. There's like no reason for it to be a fighting contest. Eyes of Heaven is funny because apparently Rocky wrote the story for it. Oh yeah, no. The story's canon. The story's canon, which is wild. The Naruto RPGs kicked, especially the Broken Bond. I had not played any of them. I just like saw them used all the time. Hunter x Hunter is much more about the adventure. It would fit so much more into a JRPG. Oh yeah, for sure. There are some like old ones that are like kind of fine. But yeah, no, it's definitely more of a JRPG. It's more of an adventure than it is anything else. Yeah, no, I love Hunter x Hunter. Hunter x Hunter is one of my favorite manga. Like no contest. Okay, do we have enough for 2 headbutts? We do not. Also got easily the best anime power system in all of anime. So simple yet complex. Yeah, no, Nen is one of the smartest like combat systems, like magic systems, probably like ever. I could wax poetic about Nen pretty much nonstop. It's so smart. Yeah, it's fine. I realized afterwards, after we committed to the focus already, that it wasn't going to work, but it's okay. Hunter x Hunter is likely is like watching Hunter x Hunter. I liked watching, not even for the fights, didn't finish it, but it was pretty great. Where did you stop, Gundam? I'm so curious. That like I never rewatched stuff, and I think I've watched Hunter x Hunter 3 times. I would love Hunter x Hunter RPG. Yeah, no, same. I would lose my mind. And if y'all have not caught up with the manga, oh boy, it gets pushed. It gets so pushed. Yeah, no, people talk all the time about, like, wanting to study, Skyrim, like, study Hunter x Hunter and how Nen gets incorporated. The complexity of it is so sophisticated. Oh my word, One Piece Odyssey, but Hunter x Hunter. I would need to change the name of my channel. We would be doing something else for a while. Right around the Chimera Ant stuff, specifically when the king was playing shogi. Yeah, I'm really upset. They released Gungi sets. There was like 150 of them or something made. There was a really small amount of like actually real Gungi made, and I'm so upset that I did not get a copy. I've seen only until the auction arc and some fights on YouTube. Oh boy. Oh boy, if you've only gotten up to the auction stuff, there's still so much more good to come at our 151. But yeah, the Chimera Ant's like is close to the end of where the anime is. Where you are in Chimera Ant is close to the end of it. But there's like another 150 chapters after that, I think. Okay, so take a look at this. We are not getting magic barrier here. So the difference between when we're calling for support attacks is enough to reduce the magic barrier. Is enough to reduce Monster Cucumber to getting blocked by the magic barrier, which is unfortunate. Right, so we get Artful Sacrifice here. Yeah. I'm aware some of the Chimera Ant fights are crazy. Yeah, okay. I'm good, as long as you know. Oh, shoot, I forgot about that. I forgot that it takes MP to summon the dolls. Okay. Not enough. Okay, that's fine. Oh, right, you need to get scanned again. Have a focus. And then we're going to give you a focus also. Yeah, okay. I saw a lot because it was airing on Toonami at the time. It's how I watched DBZ as well. Yeah, it's a really easy way to consume it then. York New is so underappreciated, but it's probably because it's right before Green Island. No, York New does not get the spotlight it deserves. It's like, I love that Togashi just gets obsessed with different concepts. And he's like, oh yeah, I really love auctions. We're just gonna talk about auctions for 40 chapters. York New is very emotionally sophisticated. My friend hates 2011 Hunter x Hunter because of how it characterizes Hisoka. Wait, hold on. Sorry. What does 2011 do wrong with Hisoka? They make him perfectly creepy. He is quintessential Humbert. You start learning to love his character and then forget that he's a child predator. They make him as uncomfortable and as villainous and monstrous to the kids as he exactly needs to be. Average eye for gore, healing costing MP too. It almost never comes up. Yeah. Doll controlling magic is rather odd. That's all I can really say about it. Aren't you a little behind the times? Soul String puppetry is just as deep field as elemental magic. Do you think you can escape my dolls when you're so out of shape from doing nothing but reading? Oh, okay. Well, we got to count on Alice critting more. I was not thinking about her critting, but so we should have used that. We could have used a cheer there, but For all the stuff it tells me, it does not tell me my crit chances, but that's fine. Got her this time. Goodness, that was hot. I thought I was going to burn up for a second. Sorry, Dai. We won't get to play in the Nationals. Cyrano's half melted. Cyrano aside, at least we can finally move on. Yeah, that took more time than I thought. It's amazing that she's still standing. I guess even enhancing my fire magic can't carry me forever. I'm not feeling great today, so that's it for me. Or else you'd have won? What a sore loser. All right, you've lost. Now how about you do some talking? I don't mind, but let's talk in a more relaxed place. I'm out of breath. All right, I saw that red-haired demon hiding behind those books earlier. Let's have a chat over there. Not bad. Yeah, Alice does have good crits. I am like learning this. I need to internalize it. Yeah, I think we just have very different learning styles, NR. I typically like to learn through failure. I need to do things a couple of times wrong, and then it will theoretically be much more locked in. Where I feel like you are like way better at taking like written instruction. Right, like if you didn't know Alice had good crits and I said Alice had good crits, you'd be like, okay, great, I've incorporated that. Where me, I need to like not crit, I need to think I'm not critting with her a couple of times and then crit with her and then go, oh, whoops, okay, I got it now. My friend thinks the 2011 version leans too heavily into his creepy vibes and thinks people get the wrong impression from him. What? I'm doing 1999 rewatch just to fact check because I initially disagreed with him. I also strongly disagree with him. Like, he is basically the same character. Okay, has your friend read the manga? Because he is basically the same character in 2011 as he is in the manga. But the 99 anime does portray him differently than in the manga. He is like way more subtle in the 99 anime. So if he's comparing it to the other anime, then sure, but like the other anime just isn't canon. Like the other anime also like weirdly ages Gon and Killua in behavior up. Like they're still the same age, but like they refuse to make Killua like kind of gay panic about Gon and like have him try to get him to like watch porn in the room during the York New arc. Or like banters to him about like flirting with girls, but not in a way where he's jealous of it. Like he's just like, that's what boys do. I also kind of recall them making Bisky's character somewhat different too, but yeah, if they're comparing to the 99, well, yeah. Now you guys read the manga, I believe. Well, okay, well there you go. As an avid manga reader too. Not that manga has to be like the end all be all. Like anime is its own, like has its own value to it. The 2011 one is way more faithful to how his manga adaptation is. He's a monster clown battle sexual. If he's not creepy as hell, something is wrong. Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, like the man is supposed to be very upsetting. Did he not get a boner at Kill One and Gon and Kill One the manga too? Oh yeah, no, he absolutely does. Yeah, no, it is drawn in full gratuitous gloopy glory when he's fighting Gon that he's just like full mast. Yeah, I think Hisoka's popularity online has made us sort of forget that he's just not like charming, quirky clown character from all of the book talk books, right? That like he is like fully properly a villain. He is the most quintessential villain. No, sorry, not quintessential. He is the most suited villain for a children's manga because he is disarmingly comforting until he is very not. And like that's so necessary for Green Island too. Like it's so necessary for how Green Island plays out. He does get watered down a lot because people like his aesthetic and powers. Yeah, no, yeah. It is like the internet especially loves trying to remove some of the problem of problematic characters because people are just entranced by their style. When it's like, but you could dress like a weird homosexual clown as much as you'd like, right? That's just gay culture in general. You just like don't have to be like a personal creep about it. We attach the want to aesthetic to the person that has like shown us the aesthetic rather than making that aesthetic our own. Yeah. He's a monster and really interesting. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, he's a fascinating character because of it. Like how he helps Gon play volleyball. Yes, that is the moment from Green Island I was talking about. You said you hadn't gotten up there yet, in case other people had been watching. Yeah, but like, the fact that they do team up is well within character, but like, it's also very important that we see just how like Gon is. Like, Gon is not healthy. Like, he is not there. There is a moment from the Chimera Ant arc that we see that also a couple times. Not like the big moment. Like, the moment with him and Nav is the one I'm thinking. Or sorry, no, with him and Moral. But like, he's like not there behind the eyes. And I think a lot of what happens in Green Island is like work preparatory to that. Yeah. Yeah, if you cannot take the text, then don't claim being his fan. I mean, like, that is like all of discourse though, right? We're all like, so much of discourse is like, is it canon or is it fanon? Because like, we globally make a lot of character choices and like lean heavily on them being true, and they are not. Yeah. Gon is such a fascinating character, probably the most of all shonen. Yeah, like, if not the most, he's close to being up there. He loses more than he wins. Count how many times Gon actually wins a fight. And even when he is winning, like, it's not a clean win, let me tell you. Yeah. Gon is amoral, he was from the beginning. Explain to me when you say amoral what you are meaning, because I want to resist that, because I feel like he is very strong morals. It's just that his morals do not align with like society morals a lot. But like expound on that one for me, because I'm curious what you mean. But let me actually like finish the story for the game we're here for. I'm so exhausted. Me too, Patchouli. Are you all right, Lady Patchouli? I'm sorry I couldn't be more useful. You did well. Those magic stones also worked better than I thought they would. The experiment was a success, I'd say. Yes, ma'am, we collected plenty of useful data. Have a report ready for me soon, and gather more of those stones. Right. You don't seem to be too beaten up over this defeat. To be honest, I couldn't care less about the mist. I'd rather concentrate on improving my magic. Wow, she really is all about magic and nothing else. That magic circle was quite fascinating. Would you mind telling me more about it sometime? You have an appreciation for quality. I'm afraid the details are classified, though. You know, I was wondering how we ended up in this library in the first place. Was that your magic too? That wasn't me. There was a person in this mansion who enjoys tampering with space. The vastness of this library is also due to her power. Tampering with space? That sounds like a huge deal. It's technically something else. It's just the basic idea. Oh yes, I have a question. You mentioned a mistress earlier. Is she related to this incident? If so, could you tell us where she is? Sure, that's fine. The heck? Why are you so cooperative? As I said earlier, I couldn't care less about this mist. It's just something Remy insisted on. Remy? Remelia Scarlet. She's the mistress of the manor. She's a long-lived Scarlet noble. A vampire, in short. A vampire? As in a blood-sucking devil? So it's quite literally a devil's mansion. Exactly. She's the one who's been releasing the Scarlet Mist. A vampire, huh? Doesn't that mean she's weak to sunlight, stinky vegetables, and silver? That's a lot of oddly specific weaknesses. You don't seem to understand how scary this actually is. Vampires are tyrannical rulers of the night, combining fearsome physical strength with magical power. If you dare underestimate them, you'll be torn apart in an instant. Here we go with more of Kane's exaggerations. She's right, actually. I've heard of vampires myself. With their wings, they soar faster than the wind, and their immense strength can punch holes in mountains. It'll be okay, Dai. I'm with you. Says the girl who was half melted earlier. So, how do we reach Remelia? Go out the door, take the first left, and go straight down the hall. Your next welcoming party should be there. It'll be faster if we could talk to the others. Down, but alright, let's get going. What's up, Yomu? I just remembered something important. Excuse me. What is it now? If it's not too much of an imposition, may I come back another time? I'm trying to research something. I was hoping this library might. No, this is my library. It's off limits to outsiders. You didn't even let me finish my sentence. What's the big deal? We're inside of it now, so that makes us insiders, which means you'll be seeing me here again later. They were quite a nosy bunch. Agreed. How long has it been since the mansion's been this noisy? Was it truly all right for you to tell them about the mistress and how to reach her? It won't be a problem. They'll be more of a bother if we let them wander around the mansion randomly. And even though they know about Remy now, they can't just produce wood the stakes out of nowhere. That is true, but Lady Patchouli, are you up to something? Maybe. Knowing Raimi, once she beats those invaders, she would definitely want to announce her name in a dramatic fashion. It's funnier to spoil it ahead of time and steal her thunder. I knew you were up to no good. I'm taking that as my reward for playing along with her games. Now then, I think I'll have some red tea before my next appearance. I'll settle for yours since Sakuya isn't around. Yes, ma'am. I'll have it ready for just a moment. In just a moment. I imagine Sakuya will be up next. How much longer should I keep indulging Raimi's game? It's like, okay. It's because people can't accept a character with flaws because they assume it means they condemn them or agree with them. Yeah, right? Like, being unable to have the nuance of, like, looking at characters or looking at, like, plot points and going, I understand what they are doing or I understand why they're valuable without having to be like, I assent to someone behaving this way is challenging. I mean, Shinji also is very interesting for very different reasons. Yeah, Sure. We can talk about Shinji also when we like just get more into Ava plot with like SRW. I think the difference between Yusuke versus Gon, like Yusuke getting mad that the problem keeps piling up while he wants a normal life. I mean to say, I like how different in mindset they are. Yeah, no, they're like from very, very different schools of they're from very different schools of shonen behavior, you know. Gon does not follow a conventional moral system. He has his very alien ideas. Yes, then yeah. I'm 100% with you calling that amoral. It's like the word amoral to me could work like how bi-weekly. Bi-weekly could mean every 2 weeks or twice in a week. So I just like wanted to see what the difference was, you know. Reminds me of the cast of Gundam Wing, Trey's, Wu-Fei, are also far removed from normal morals. I feel like unfortunately the reason that like people like Trey's and Wu-Fei work is that they are very conventional morals. They're just not very conventional morals for like the average citizen. They're like very conventional morals for people who are like so far gone into the military that they don't realize that what they're doing is unconventional. It seems like this game has long battle dialogue, then short aftermath dialogue. Yeah. But yeah, no, like the dialogue spread of this is like very weird. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not trying to say that they're bad. It just, I think the reason that characters like Wu-Fei and Trey's exist is like I know people who are or were in the military who are exactly like them. Maybe not like full extreme, but like 90% of them. And like part of the conflict is he doesn't realize that what he is arguing and going like, why is no one agreeing with me? I'm right. Because he has spent so much time in that space that he does not realize that what he is doing is unconventional. They were gonna start jamming up everyone's MP. Like we're running out of MP, and it's making these maps take a lot longer. I'm not saying anything bad about Wu-Fei yet. He seems so good so far in Wing. He definitely is a character. He's definitely a character that's working. He's definitely doing something. I'm gonna switch one of these out for the Grimoire. I think we need it. Why? To be fair, I meant towards life in general, like gone towards other lives. They are weird. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Gon has a very binary moral system. You either pass or fail. And if you pass, you are given all exception. And if you fail, you are given no recourse. Everything is a game. Everything is tenuous. And like he fully believes that he has a perfect sense of how life should work. And like expects everyone to work in the same context that he does. And when they don't, like, he expects them to concede to working in that same context. Here, let's just lean into Alice's crit some more. I'm fascinated that they've put crit rate in the range section. That feels weird to me, but sure. Wolfie also misses a lot. I feel like people don't read the Wing prequel manga thing. Yes, I agree. It's crazy content included in that just isn't in the anime. Yeah, like, we could talk endlessly about how wild so much of not just Wing, but how much, like, a lot of series do not have how much of the Gundam series do not have the full extent of the plot that you need to fully get what's going on internal to just one piece of their media. And, like, Wing, I think Wing is perhaps one of the most egregious that suffers from that. Again, because Endless Waltz, like, overshadows every other non-TV show part of the canon. Very childlike in a creepy way. Yeah, like, considering the fact that he is a child, right? Yeah, yeah. Because there's a crit plus 20 and a range up part, and there's no other space. Okay, I guess, yeah, like, I assumed that there was a reason. It was just, like, weird to see it. Do we care about putting P defeat on Cyrano? I feel like I don't care about that much. Like, I'm not really loving her. She does not seem that relevant right now. Like, I get it that it gets us to perfect freeze a little bit faster. There's a Gundam Wing Zero Endless Waltz that can become a pain. That can become a plane, which is sad. What? There's a Gundam Wing Zero Endless Waltz that can become a plane. Like the one that transforms into a bird. Now I'm imagining an airliner that is themed around it. That's just like they painted the outside of like a like passenger jet to look like the Gundam Wing. But yeah, in the Wing Zero manga, sorry, the Endless Waltz manga, the Wing Zero custom does have a bird mode. I kind of like that Tomino type show just throws you into it. But I value that I don't have to have all the backstory. Like, I'm exhausted by stories that feel the need to expound, like Lord of the Rings style, on their backstories. But I then also watch a lot of people. This is not like subtweeting anyone here. Like, I'm not directing this at any of y'all. But like, I like looking at forums, looking at like internet comments. I look at a lot of people who miss a lot of what is going on and then argue really hard down a line that don't actually have a full extent of like what the world is doing. You know? I give everyone P defeat, more morale, more damage, basically, in Lunatic. Yeah, I guess that's true. And you meant the okay, yeah. Okay, that's fine then. I will do it. Especially if we don't like know what anyone else we're doing. I feel like putting it on Die is not worth it. Not that we can get it right now, but like I don't think it makes sense for Die to get it. But then again, I'm Tomino pilled, and I feel like I might like Brain Powered. I still gotta watch Brain Powered too. Yeah. Is it not a problem that some was made retroactively? Oh, I mean, like, that's fair. Yeah, right? Like, I recognize that some of these things, like, they're called a prequel because they were made after the fact. But, it's... Because of my time spent, like, arguing with English, like arguing in English classrooms, I find it very frustrating when people don't use all of the evidence to make a point and the point they make is upended by evidence that they chose to ignore. Be that from content that is made after the fact now, or just because it's like inconvenient for their argument. Like, I'm fully comfortable making arguments about a piece of media, seating it exactly in its time frame to go, okay, we only have this thing. There's no other canon around it. We're only using this. But I don't hear a lot of people making that argument. I hear a lot of people making arguments about, like, here's how the entire Gundam Wing, the Gundam Wing universe works, and then not taking into account all the media that is actually about the Gundam Wing universe. Terminator is a very special guy. When he's on, he's on, and when he's not, he's G Reconquista. Yeah. Also, apparently, there's a Gundam Wing Zero attachment in the manga that has 3 out of 7 weapons are straight magic. Like, why can't it shoot mines? Yeah, like sometimes we do just like, I mean, like, why does the Wing Zero have actual wings? Plus, that content is still canon, made retroactive or not. Yeah, right. Like it does still exist. If someone wants to argue from the perspective of, like, what did we know about it at the time it released, sure, but, like, we do have it now. You could be responsible for it. Not everyone has to, but, like, make sure when you're having conversations that you're talking with that in mind. It's like one of the reasons why I'm always so like, whenever I try to state my points, because, like, I know I don't have all of the canon behind me. It sounds like most of y'all do. And I get bothered by people who are like, oh yeah, I have this statement about all of Gundam Wing, right? Like, here is a truism about the entire of whatever that universe is, whatever that century is called. And it's like they've watched the first half of it on Toonami when they were a kid one time in English. It's like your opinion matters, I want to hear it, but don't talk like you're talking for everybody with everything. I do think a show cannot stand on its own. That's a sign of bad writing. Oh, yeah. Like, I don't think it needs it, right? Like, every piece of media should be able to defend itself. But, again, like I said, like, I don't think people are arguing as if... I think a lot of people talk as if they are talking for everyone for the whole franchise, not just for a single piece of media. Also, there's stuff like retcons that could be annoying, too. Yeah. And, like, that could also, like that kind of stuff comes out in conversation, you know? Sometimes it's not true for, like, super arty movies or abstract movies. Yeah, we're like, and I think that's like maybe why I'm a little bit more, maybe you've like uncovered it, like that's why I'm a little more defensive about it with Gundam, is that I feel like Gundam was always intended to be this like large multiplicitous project. I do the same thing with like H.P. Lovecraft's writing and like all the Lovecraftian canon is that like it's written with the express purpose in mind that you are supposed to have knowledge, and this is dependent on context from the rest of the canon that you are supposed to have. Like, it's not supposed to be taken in isolation. So trying to act like it and read like it does is like inappropriate for what's happening there, you know? Yeah. Okay, well, we've been going for 4.5 hours now, so I think that will wrap things up for me. Thank you, everyone, so much for such a warm welcome back. I really appreciate it. Hopefully we should be back to form now, barring anything else going wrong. So that means Sunday, we are going to go back to W. Monday, we're going to be playing more SD Gundam G Generations Overworld, I think is that one it was. I know I never went back and like changed the screenshots of that. I can, if I remember, I will get that fixed. But that might just be like a whoops, it got lost kind of deal. And yeah, then that's Monday. I will have the alpha episode that was supposed to go up during the crash up on Wednesday. Like even that got saved. Like that's fine too. That'll go up next Wednesday, and then we'll be back to form from there. I think today went well. I appreciate it. Thank you for saying so. Considering it's my first stream back from hiatus, and as Fantasy Maiden Warriors, not the easiest game to return with. Yeah, no. I think this would have been a bit of a rough one if it was not the just coming back to it. But yeah, thank you again, everyone. I appreciate you being here. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Hopefully I will see you all in some VODs or some lives. But for now, I will bid you all adieu. Good stream, everyone. Take care. Good night.